thinking about your life, and I must confess this true. You're a sad little boy with a mother you implore to wipe your ass and do your fighting for you. Now sometimes I must admit I get to thinking about a ditch, a little place I'd like to take you to stay. But believe me when I say it's just a wish inside my brain. So don't you worry none, you're safe for today. All I'd like to say is that I hope you die one day. That's what keeps me going all the time. And when they put you in your grave, I do a dance and celebrate. And then the sun will wear a smile and shine. La la da, la la da, la da la do, la la do, la da la do, la da. If I could kill you myself, I'd put you down where you lie, and the coppers would hunt me down, and all I would do is smile. You may wonder if I'm doing alright. You may wonder if I've lost my mind. But believe me when I say I'm doing fine. It's just a boy inside the bubble who And as I look into your face, I take a hammer to your brain, and then I wait for them to take me away. La la da, la la da, la da la do, la la do, la do la do, la do la. La la da, la la da, la da la do, la la do, la do la do,
Now you might pray to God, y'all, but I like Lucifer best of all. Sunday school is a place for fools. It's hot in hell, but the devil's cool. Don't keep Satan waiting. Don't keep Satan waiting. So don't just sit there, join the club. Sell your soul to Beelzebub.
Oh, hey, everybody. It is I, Count Jackula, favorite. Wait, no, hold on. No good. Hey, everybody. It is I, Count Jackula, your favorite satanic streamer, here with another satanic stream. So let the sin begin. I am here today with Whore Mom once again.
Hi.
And we're going to hang out and talk about evil. Hail evil.
Yes, evil.
And all sorts of groovy things. Man,
Yes.
What was that? Was that me?
No, that was me.
Oh.
I turned on the stream so I could look at
Oh,
the comments on
man.
my phone.
Oh, my God. So, yeah, just as I was about to start the stream, sharp at 7 o'clock, a bunch of emails came in that I had been waiting for, so I had to act on them. They're from the artists who are working on Babylon, and I just gotta show off. I have to show some of this shit. Like,
Right on. Oh, shit.
oh, you okay?
Yeah. Again. I'll talk real quick.
Go for
My
it.
son killed my computer.
Oh dear.
So I have turned my TV into my monitor and am now using a different computer and the edge of my bed.
Well, the picture's looking good.
Thank you. I even got rid of my desk and where I used to sit and turned it into bookshelves. Hello, the Harlan Ellison and different sci-fi writer collection right there.
Ooh, I have to ask, what's your favorite Harlan Ellison tale?
Favorite one is The Whimper of Whipped Dogs, which is the one that's based on Kitty Genovese. Just
I
because
haven't read that one.
yeah, it's hard.
Really?
Even yeah.
Okay.
Like,
I'm used to Harlan Ellison being like a painful read or a difficult emotional read.
a woman dealing with the Kitty Genovese, basically she watches the thing happen, feels guilty about it, and then the same thing happens to her. And she doesn't understand why no one called the cops. And I'm like, this is fucking dark.
That is pretty nasty. No doubt about it. Ooh.
Even better, I get
Yeah.
to show off another thing from my collection, and I love it because all I have to do is lean back. So probably the most worn book in my collection.
Wait, which
This
one
is
was
my
that?
dad's 1974 copy.
No Doors, No Window. Oh my God.
Like, also check out this dorky ass picture of him with the pipe in the Captain Morgan pose. That's just, and it's like one of the first stories in there.
Classic.
But I stole that from him when I was like 15, and I'm like, holy shit, who is this guy? Damn it.
Oh my God. Okay, so
Show the art.
as you know, I'm working on this game called Babylon, and I've been having the artists design the bad guys, and the bad guys are they're corrupted angels. They're evil angels.
You've talked about
The
this.
forces of heaven are not your friend in this game. They are, in fact, your enemy. They are hateful and genocidal and paranoid. So this is one of them. This one was done by Jessie Sharon. She wanted to do a bull angel. This one's is pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Ooh. Love the biblical
There we go.
accuracy.
Right. Okay. Now, I had another artist, Shadow Mist, who has been working on this project longer than any other of the artists.
Okay.
I consider him the project's artistic badass. These are the enraptured. Humans who have been twisted and changed in order to serve the overseers.
Oh, hell.
Yeah.
That's some Cenobite shit.
That's exactly what I wanted.
That is amazing.
It was like I wish I had the words. But you saying Cenobite shit, I'm like, that's what I should have said. Cenobites, but made of white and gold.
Fuck.
Fuck,
that's good.
Yeah. I'm like, damn. Like, holy hell. I don't even know what to say. Like,
You don't say anything. You slow clap.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just give it up for Shadow Mist. Holy shit! I am so glad that I made the decision to hire artists who mainly did porn. Because I was like, you know what? I bet an artist that is very comfortable drawing porn will be up for whatever I ask for and will probably deliver in ways that I cannot predict, which is what I needed, which is what I need. And boy, was fucking nailed that one. Holy shit.
Not afraid to go there.
Not afraid to go there. You can't be afraid to go there. You must be a spiritual warrior. You know, in the words of Alejandro Jodorowsky, we must And Jodorowsky is, I have not seen everything he has done because it's really, like Mike, it's really hard.
Yeah.
But you get such a great, idea what the man is all about by watching his films. Because he almost never directs anything that he didn't write. You know, he will make no film that he wasn't involved in on a story level, which was weird that he wanted to do an adaptation of Dune. You know, all the Dune movies exist purely because of him. You know, Blade Runner exists because of him.
Yeah.
RoboCop exists because of him. Alien exists because of him. You know, it's absolutely, Return of the Living Dead exists because of him. It is absolutely bug fuck nuts how much fucking film and media he has inspired or influenced, and almost nobody knows who he is.
It kills me that he doesn't get as much cred as he deserves.
The art film crowd gives him love. Gives him a lot of love.
But
artists give him a lot of love, but he's not exactly an audience pleaser.
It seems to me that we like people that do not please audiences.
No, because to him,
we like the fighty bastards, you know?
Well, yeah, he made the greatest acid western of all time. You know, El Topo.
Yeah.
You know, great. Which is an amazing movie, but
and one of the OG midnight movies.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, people are like, how do I explain El Topo? And I'm like, it's real easy. It's a retelling of the Bible through the eyes of an acid western. That's what it is.
And John Lennon really, really liked that movie. So
it's really good movie. It's not for everybody because
you pleased a Beatle.
Yeah,
that says a lot.
It's a very slow movie because it's the Bible.
But it's also the shots that they got. The just everything looks like a fucking painting.
Oh, it's so
in that
good.
Movie.
It's so good.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, the first half of the movie is Moses. The second half of the movie is Jesus. And I'm just going to say this. I like the Jesus that Alejandro Jodorowsky sees. He seems cool. He seems like a guy I would really like. You know,
that's the Christ we want.
That's the Christ we want and the Christ we need. Deserve has nothing to do with it because it's Jesus, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's not that you are deserving. It's that I don't come because you deserve me. I come because you need me. You know, I am needed. You know, I'm here to help.
I am the Son of God,
I'm the Son of God, bitch. You know, I'm going to, and there is a comic that he did with, I believe it was Mobius. I believe Mobius did all the there's a huge list of El Topo, like, related comics, not the least of which is the comic adaptation of the movie. There's El Topo, there's Son of El Topo, and there's one that came out like like a couple of years ago, or at least made it to America a couple of years ago, which is that is whoa. That one's hard to describe. That's like, that thing is like the Book of Enoch. They're all acid westerns. They're all in the same world. You know, all the people are related to somehow to all the other people that, like, you know, that the movies and the other comics talk about. It's a crazy ride. I have not finished it. Because I don't know if it ever will be finished, because, like, the most recent one has, like, Salome, fucking Lilith, fucking Samson, you know, like, he's just doing the whole Bible as if it was a trippy Western. I think he's just going to keep doing that until, like, he dies. Like, it won't be the only thing he does, but that doesn't stop until he's dead. Holy crap, they're really good too. So when, like, if you see the documentary where it's like, and I take all of that creative energy I had for film and I write comic books. And first of all, you hear that and you're like, excuse me, what?
You're adorable. And I want to put you in my pocket. I love listening to him talk.
I'm just like, it's amazing because, like, it's like everything he does, he wants it to feel like a holy text. But he doesn't, like, use words. He's like, film shall be a holy text. Comic books shall be a holy text. Role-playing games shall be a holy text. He made a role-playing game. It's called Metabarons. I don't know if you can play it, but he made it.
It might be one of those Settlers of Catan where you got it in multiple days.
Dude, like, so he made this setting called Metabarons, which was partially inspired by his take on Dune. And he made that, you know, barons, you know, like Baron Harkonnen and shit. And it's that book is really hard to describe. You know, it's really hard to describe. It's just sort of like, hey, what if I told mythological stories, but in space? And you're like, the fuck is going on? So it's like with Christianity, with the Abrahamic faith, he wants to do Western, but with all the other mythology, he wants to do outer space or future. And for some reason, when he does South America, when he does the Americas, or at least the Central and Southern America, for some reason, he likes the future.
And this is my wallet, and the more ideas he produces, I'm just like, take it.
There's only one story he did where I'm like, I'm not crazy about this one, which is the white llama. It is a telling of the coming of the penchant lama, who is the guy that comes after the Dalai Lama.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. It's a Tibetan Buddhism's got a whole thing. It's got a whole insane mythology. But the problem is I found myself going like, yeah, but this Lama's a white guy, and I don't appreciate that.
Oopsie doodle. But
like, you know, occasionally the best clock in the world breaks. You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets out of sync, you know? Like, other than that, like, I've loved everything that he's written that I read. And I was especially when it comes to comic books, I realized something about my relation to comic books. I don't hate superhero stories. But to me, they're soap opera, not literature.
Yeah.
Occasionally, one breaches. Occasionally, you get a All-Star Superman. Occasionally,
you get a Sandman.
You get well, actually, that's not a superhero story.
Really?
Yeah, what?
I would say technically.
Neil Gaiman's Sandman? It's not really.
You wouldn't consider Dream and the rest of the Eternals to be kind of superhero-y?
They're super powered. They're powerful godlike entities, but they're not superheroes. Like, to me, a superhero is the idea of the superhero is you start with a person, now you give them powers, and what do they do with that? Now,
goody two shoes like Superman, and I want to kill myself.
Right, you got Superman, you got Batman, you got Wolverine, you have Cyclops, you have Rogue. Like, you have all of these, like, wonderful characters that you can use, but ultimately, it's about being a person. Even if that person is an alien, like a literal alien from outer space, they're still always people. Martian Manhunter's the most dude-like of them, and he's from Mars. The irony being he's an alien, but he's also the most human.
Yeah.
That kind of shit. That's all good. I love that stuff, especially when it's done really, really, really well. But only occasionally do you get like, an All-Star Superman where the tale takes on this epic quality. Like this mythical quality to it. Batman Returns is another great example. Watchmen is kind of cheating because it's about superpowered people, but it's not really a superhero story.
There's so much drama.
Yeah, but it's not really a story. It's not really a superhero story. It is a story that is about superheroes. They do not save the world in the end. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
For the comic that came out in the 80s.
Mm-hmm. Like the funny thing is I noticed a lot of people didn't realize that.
Yeah,
a lot of people didn't realize, no, Ozymandias fails. He fails. Because if you think about it for like 10 seconds, you're like, wait a minute. This isn't going to work. This is ridiculous. All he did was get the world to super arm themselves for a conflict which will never come.
Because
then
he
what
the
happened?
Conflict.
Yeah, because he created the conflict. Then what happens? Now what?
Everyone just sits there.
Yeah, everyone just sits there until it all inevitably falls apart. And then what? This is not lasting peace. This is fantasy bullshit, which is Alan Moore's point. That's why one of the reasons you got to have the big squid at the end of it. The point of that threat is that it is comic book. It is comic book. It is Silver Age. And that's why it would never fucking work. It's the point of the story. So when they try to make it more realistic, I'm like, no, you fucked before you started. You've already fucked yourself.
Nice try.
Nice try. But you didn't get it. Far be it from me to say that like fucking Zack Snyder doesn't get something, but he didn't get it.
Well,
that motherfucker doesn't get a lot. He doesn't get
We're
Superman.
just simple cavemen lawyers.
Well, the funny thing is when he just does that, when he just does things like the Dead movies, where the symbolism is handled kind of for him, and he doesn't have to. There's not a lot to get.
There are things that I do that it's like I give it to my son and I'm like, you cannot fuck this up. You can't fuck this one up. That's how I feel about what you're saying about Zack Snyder. We are giving you this. You cannot screw this up. There you go.
There you go.
Pat on the head.
Just make it
on the butt.
Just make it look awesome. Here's the script. Stick to that story. Now make it awesome. There's nothing that you have to understand, because what is Army of the Dead? Army of the Dead is about Batista shooting shooting zombies in fucking Las Vegas. There is a hot zombie chick and a zombie tiger. Go. That's the whole movie. That's the whole movie. Everything else is by the numbers. But those numbers work. That's the important thing. We've checked them multiple times. The numbers work. It's cool. Just do that, and Zack Snyder will bring in something amazing. Once he starts thinking he's a writer, that bitch is in trouble.
Yeah.
Because he is not a writer. He is barely a storyteller.
We give him a pass. That's the best we can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, heist film with zombies. What an idea. Great idea. Great idea. Simple. Something you can do by the numbers and just add a couple of embellishments here. A couple of embellishments. Like I said, Las Vegas, hot zombie chick, zombie tiger. That's all you needed. And he did that, and it was great. Then he got to redo Justice League, which I don't know if I thought it was great, but I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
It was leaps and bounds better than the Joss Whedon one, and I was all set to say, like, you know what, Zack Snyder fans, you were right. You were fucking right. This movie is excellent. It's not, in my opinion, it's not as good as Army of the Dead. In terms of like best Zack Snyder movie, but it's really good, and I'm happy it exists. And then he did his Star Wars ripoff, and we were right back to Sucker Punch again. And I'm like, no, at this point, Zach, you need to give up. You need to walk away from writing. You cannot do it. This is bad, and you are wasting everyone's time.
This is bad, and you should feel bad.
This is bad, and you should feel bad. Yeah, but look at all the, like, Star Wars looked like shit, and it was excellent. Fucking Star Wars was put together with duct tape and prayer, and it was excellent. Although if we really want to talk about duct tape and prayer, that would be Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Evil Dead, the original Night of the Living Dead.
There are so many duct tape and prayer movies.
Mm-hmm. Most of them are horror flicks.
Yeah. Or, John Waters' Pink Flamingos is another one where it's like, we're putting this together. All my friends are going to be in it. We're going to make it as weird as fucking possible. It's going to work. I held it together with chewing gum and the best paper clips I could find. Let's go.
Yeah. But if you want, like, a really good retelling of a superhero story, or even a vigilante tale, right now, I think the guys at the top of the heap are the guys that did Batman the Animated Series. Bruce Timm and other dude.
Yes.
Whose name I usually remember really easily. but now I'm spacing on it. They're doing a new one called Batman the Cape Crusader.
Interesting.
And okay, so here's the idea. It's set in the 40s.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. It's set in the 40s, and you can tell that they were like, we wanted to go a little farther with Batman the Animated Series in turn. There's some things we're not that we didn't think were all that great. We could have unified the vision a little better. Paul Dini, thank you. Thank you, Blonde Artist. Paul Dini.
Paul Dini, yep.
So, I mean, bear in mind those guys. Those guys wrote the Arkham, the narratives for the Arkham games.
Yeah.
So they can put things together really well.
They also created like my favorite cartoon show from when I was a child. So I can't. They have my heart.
Yeah. Catwoman's got the big long
Cape?
fucking cape jacket again this time, and she got her whip back, and she got that poofy hair.
Nice.
They had a version of Harley Quinn that is pretty good. Does not look like a modern character. She does look like, like a Prohibition era, Batman character.
Nice.
And they're keeping everything else in the shadows. But like, if Harley Quinn's there, the Joker is.
Of course. You can't really do a Batman story without.
Yeah, they did Two-Face. They're going to do Two-Face. They showed Two-Face. He looks okay. But I'm wondering what they're going to do with the Penguin, because apparently he's really important.
Well, and then,
which is good because in the animated series he wasn't.
Yeah, they're also doing the Cobblepot show on HBO with Colin Farrell's fucking Penguin, and I've been seeing trailers for that, and I'm like, basically the new TV season, I've either been laughing at everything going, I'm gonna need to watch that before I make any rash decisions, and holy shit, I need this yesterday, where the fuck is it?
Yeah, I'll play, let's see, I'll play a little bit of this Batman the Cape Crusader thing, just so you can all take in the majesty.
I will have to like tell you the name of this show that I'm like, everyone should watch how laughably bad the trailer for this thing is.
Okay. Here's Batman the Cape Crusader, Season 1 trailer.
Asking the question on everyone's mind these days, what do you think about the Batman?
I'm frightened. This whole city's gone to hell in a handbasket.
Well, he's breaking the law, ain't he? So they ought to catch that freak and lock him up.
I won't say it's gonna be easy, but catching criminals is what we do. So this one dresses up like Dracula, so what? We're gonna take him down. What do we know about this Batman?
I actually don't know.
He's been beating the tar out of muggers and dope peddlers out there the last few weeks.
He's mostly been seen at night driving that hot rod of his 100 miles an hour.
And now he's even attacking our brave police.
Nice car.
This man is not a hero, he's a criminal. And his time in Gotham is up.
Mischief afoot, sir? 3 explosions in 2 weeks.
Same voice of Alfred. Yeah.
Peculiar. There's something more going on here.
Just the way God intended. Ooh.
He knows too much. He's an itch that needs to get scratched.
The Kings don't run this court anymore. The Jester does.
They are on the shelf.
We could be looking at an all-out gang war on the streets of Gotham.
Like, why are you talking in my microphone?
This is a losing battle.
How you
100 other
that?
monsters will show up to replace
How am I
anyone
talking
you
to my
take
friend?
down.
Yeah, but where?
Probably.
There's the camera right there.
But now they'll all know
He
I'm
is not
coming for
naked,
them.
folks. He's just not wearing a shirt. Dude, can I get you to Strawberry Hellfire Club? Why do you keep stripping?
Turn on, wait.
sorry. This bed's just a little bit bumpy.
My bed's a little bumpy.
But hey, you might turn down. It might be pretty close. You can see.
Yeah, my lights are fine.
No, leave that light on.
Okay.
And it will glow.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, how this turn on already? How does it do that?
Okay, go to bed.
How does it turn on?
A button.
What button?
A button.
Where?
On the light. Now stop. Take your...
Mama.
We're experiencing technical difficulties, gentlemen.
Okay. While my son is trying to turn on a neon light I got, meat pillow.
Meat pillow.
Don't turn off the damn light.
You can see now, okay?
No one can see me. I just look like the devil.
You can see now.
Appropriate for Jack's stream because he's satanic Johnny Carson, but please turn on the light.
No, you can see now with that light on.
Go turn on the light.
But wait, Mom.
Did he say no way, Mom?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, we're gonna get it.
Wait, Mom, don't turn on the light yet. Mom, wait.
Come on. You got your Skittles, you can go. You gonna go to your room? I'm gonna turn off this light. You there? Good. I put clothes on this boy. I clothe him. I feed him. And then he comes in and he's in a diaper. And then he says, hey, I'm going to grab my leftover Skittles. What the fuck? That bag of Skittles, I need it. Well, why? Because I need it. Now, meat pillow. You think that's kind of weird. That's a weird thing that she has. No, it's weirder that I have too.
Ooh. You have flank steak and rump roast there. Why is he screeching? Because he is a child.
Why he's screeching is he knows it's bedtime when the kitchen light goes off and the house goes dark. And someone forgot to turn off the kitchen light because I may or may not have been setting up to stream. And then I put the task on someone else. And if you know anything about everybody in my house, we got ADD.
So it didn't happen.
So he's like, "Oh, it's late night. I get to do what I want." Bullshit, you do. Now,
so
kiddo threw me for a fucking loop today.
Oh yeah.
Took him out shopping at Target. Now he's a little kid. He's starting kindergarten. He doesn't need much. A box of crayons and a folder.
Okay.
And today it was a snake on a rock. Don't fuck with me, please. And I won't have to do dumb shit. Okay? Buddy, we're going to school supplies right now. We're not stopping to look at toys. We will come back to toys. We're not stopping to look at toys. I keep walking. Because it's like, you are going to get lost and be upset today, or you're going to follow me. We're going to learn a lesson today. I've decided we're going to learn a lesson today. So I hear him start to freak out. I get like maybe 2 or 3 aisles ahead of him. And he starts to freak out. And someone asks, "Hey, buddy, are you lost? Do you need help?" "I don't know you. Stop talking to me." Mom!
Oh, geez. Well, I mean,
like, I don't have to worry about him getting
he's
kidnapped.
got
at least.
stranger danger down. You know, that's good.
Stick in with your
That's
mom.
my purse. I don't know you.
I don't know you. But then he's like, "I was a good boy. I didn't talk to that stranger. Do I get a toy?" No.
I'll give you a hug and a cookie. How about that?
How about we do that?
No, but I'll give you a hug. Here you go.
Well, then he saw that they had Darth Vader masks. And he's like, "I want it. I'll be so good, Mom. That would be so good. Just on the, and I'm like, fucking $3 Darth Vader mask. Yeah, fuck, put it in the cart. Get you your new backpack, get your new school supplies. Here you go, buddy.
He's gonna be that little kid in like Little Monsters. The freaking recent one with that was done in New Zealand.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, a little kid like is dressed up as Darth Vader the whole time.
But it's funny because as we're walking through the store, we're making other people laugh because my son's like, "Do you know that Darth Vader has a son?" What? How long have you been sitting on this information? The hell? Yeah, and he chops his arm off. Whoa. Plot twist. Yeah. I saw it in a movie and they also have it in the Lego game. Well, fuck, son.
Holy shit, son. Well,
Spill the
damn.
beans on a fucking movie series
don't
that was
say.
out before we were both born. Jesus Christ. Next, you're going to tell me that Luke's got a sister that he's been making out with. What?
How?
But
damn, child.
Hamish Linklater is apparently...
Hamish Linklater is Batman. Christina Ricci is also in this. Who do you think she's going to play?
I am so down, though. I'm like, I've been waiting for Hamish to do something else.
Okay, so here's the best news. It comes out tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, I learned about this at the perfect time.
Yeah. Yeah. It in a I'm assuming in like 5 hours it will be live on Amazon.
And they're doing Spider Noir.
Yeah.
Amazon's got a good year coming. Questionable year. So me and my...
And I did finally get to see Wolverine Deadpool.
I am seeing it tomorrow.
It is fucking amazing.
For a Disney movie.
You wouldn't be able to tell.
Nice. Okay.
You would not be able to tell.
Whew.
The only thing that, and they had obviously had a limitation that they had to work with. And so they basically made it a plot point. Yeah.
Okay.
You got any cocaine? No, Disney won't let us show anyone doing cocaine. How about White China? That's cocaine again. Blow? That's still cocaine.
That's still
How about
cocaine.
crack? That's still cocaine. Those are all cocaine. We're not allowed to show people doing cocaine. Hey, we talking about cocaine? No! Like,
see, and one of my favorite cosplayers.
Yeah, we're talking about Deadpool Wolverine. That movie was balls amazing. Movie was amaze balls.
And this chick, like, she ends up getting the opportunity to interview Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, and she's like, "I'm dressing up as Big Al," and she did. And then I'm like, "Oh my god, is that my girl
Blind
on
Al?
Ryan Reynolds' Instagram? What the fuck?"
Oh god, leading up to the movie, like I can't watch a whole one, but I love like being on Instagram and seeing Ryan Reynolds go live as Deadpool.
Also, the lie detector test that they did was great.
Okay, all right. I am amazed that everyone has been good. There are major things to spoil in this movie that no one has spoiled. And we're talking big. Like one of those, normally they would put this in a trailer so you would go, "I gotta see that!" But they didn't.
Aw, that was nice of them.
Yeah, you'll know those moments when you see it. When you
Cool.
see them. Because there are multiple where you're just
Okay.
like, what? There are a lot of things in this movie that Marvel fans have been waiting for. A lot of things. Anyway,
Yes.
so I don't go into any more detail. We will move on, except to say that Wolverine and Deadpool is an amazeballs flick. It easily as good as the second one.
Okay.
Easily as good. Yeah, the opening is awesome. The whole movie is great. Normally, somewhere in one of these movies, I've got a moment to go to like take a whiz or something. Now this one, I'm like, no, I'm holding it.
I'm writing it out.
Yeah, I'm writing it out because I cannot miss a minute of this damn thing. The car sequence. There is a car sequence that is fucking amazing.
Okay.
You will know it when you see it. Now, one thing I will bet any amount of money on. This is Marvel related, not Deadpool and Wolverine. But I would put down any amount of money to say that the new Captain America movie is when they're going to introduce Dr. Doom.
How do we feel about that?
Holy shit. I'll give him this. I didn't see it coming.
Yeah.
Personally, I would have gone with Mads Mikkelsen as Dr. Doom. But there was a plot point where Tony Stark became Dr. Doom. So clearly we're doing that. And I'm like, okay. Not because it's Iron Man, but because it's fucking Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom.
Well, and I know that
and I am not putting it past Marvel to pull a fast one.
Well,
and
they're
to
doing
be
the
like
Fantastic Four too.
He shows up as Dr. Doom, and then another Dr. Doom shows up. That could happen because that happened all the time.
Yeah.
It could be like, now let's get Robert Downey Jr. back for a little bit to get the energy going again.
And then fucking take these people for a ride.
Yeah, then take everyone for a ride, baby. Like strap in the instead of doing the Kang Empire, the Kang Dynasty, they're doing Doomsday.
Which I have to say, when your actor's dealing with some shit and you want to take a step away from maybe putting that guy on screen for a while. Good pivot.
But we'll see.
But Josh called me when they announced the new Fantastic Four cast. And I was like, wait, the dude from The Bear, Joseph Quinn, and I'm sorry, did you just say fucking Pedro Pascal? Who casted this? A fucking TikTok girly?
Maybe.
Flavors of the month, people.
Hey.
And then I was thinking you could get that cute guy from Stranger Things. It would be great. And now I'm like, but you've got RDJ now, so now I'm invested.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a movie, there's stuff in it. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, if anyone wants to know, like, I know fucking everybody's got ADD now. I read that. Somebody fucking said that the other day. That it's like, forget about autism. Apparently everyone's just got ADD.
Everyone's had ADHD. What are you talking about? That's not new.
Like, yeah, man, fuck. But if you ever wonder how bad it gets at Rachel's house, I was like, why the fuck do I have no doors, no windows out? Oh, right.
I was gonna do something with that. Oh, dude.
Right, I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream, but I was like looking on my bed and I'm like, why the fuck do I have that?
One of the things with me and the Countess, and I feel really bad every time this happens, but at the same time, it's like, no, I gotta let you know that it's happened, because if you need me to do something, this can't happen. If you need me, otherwise it just won't get done, which is if I'm in the middle of doing something and she asks me a question or tells me to do something else, I immediately put it down. I'm like, well, that's not happening now. She's like, wait, what happened? I was like, I don't know. I already forgot what I was doing. You asked me to do something else, and I forgot.
You asked me to change my mind, and I did.
And now I don't know where I am.
Now there's stuff around, and I'm confused.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny when I came out to San Francisco to visit you guys, and I had a great time. But Josh kept me on top of my drinks because I can't remember why I put that there, is me. But also I have a bottle of water because if I drink too much Monster, I'm going to get thirsty and I'm going to need the water. But if I have an iced coffee, I'm going to need the Monster to handle the bitterness. And then I'm going to need the water to handle the bitterness of both. And that's how. And I'm like, God, Josh, you're so good to just keep me focused on this one drink. I really appreciate it. He's like, I've had practice, and he points at you.
Yeah.
And your desk with like 3 mugs on it. I'm like, fuck.
Yep.
I knew we got along. Damn it. We're both drink gremlins.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. As the Countess is fond of saying, I married leaving half full cups of coffee around the house.
And now my son does it too. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
Can you open this Coke? Don't you have an open bottle of Sprite right next to you? Yeah, but they're different. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Half little kid, half Cenobite. That's everybody with ADHD.
Yeah. I did get to see him do some of the most, I'm like, Jesus Christ, we're going to have problems. Because it's like, hey, buddy, dude, have you gone pee lately? Like, because he's still doing good with potty training, couple accidents here and there, but, right? Buddy, have you gone pee lately? Go pee. Okay. And I find him in the hallway playing with a car. And I'm like, hey, bud, Transformers really cool. Did you go to the bathroom? No, I found this.
I need to go to the bathroom now. They're robots in disguise.
Mom, I understand that my bladder's important, but have you seen Optimus Prime? Like, shit, genetics are a wonderful thing. And seeing them play out of my own child, I'm just like,
oh, man. By the way, I told myself I was going to do this every hour, and we've approached the hour, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a little pitch for myself, or rather for the Countess, which is the Countess really wants to play the new WoW expansion when it comes up, and I, like an idiot, fucked it up. So, this is my fault. It is absolutely my fault, but if any out there in internet land would like to donate so that the Countess can play the new WoW expansion when it comes out, I would appreciate it.
How much is it?
Well, it's either $50, $70, or $90, depending on how much is raised.
Okay.
Because they have like tiers of like stuff that you get. Now, clearly I want to go for the $90 one. But this is not a yes, no, make or break. If we go with the $50 one, that is good enough. I've already gotten like $16 for this. And in fact, I'll make a little I'll make a little donation bar. And hopefully we can do this. I feel really... I feel dumb. Because this is my fault.
Man.
And now I'm just trying to correct it. And I'm hoping you will all help me try to correct this. If July had not been such a lean month, I would have corrected it myself already. But it was. I didn't get a YouTube or a Twitch check last month at all.
Oh.
Yeah. And I know that me like being all self-effacing about it and kind of like is not really going to help donations come in. But I don't know what to do except show how I feel, which is horrifically embarrassed.
Well, do you know that if you donate to this cause, your penis will grow 1 inch?
Not a guarantee. We guarantee your penis will grow 1 inch and you'll get a girlfriend. Not a guarantee. Oh, are you sure, Rachel?
Yeah. Abso-goddamn-lutely. After all the stuff you guys have done for us. And my little weirdo Frankenstein family, absolutely yes.
Oh.
Plus, that's that good government money from my arm.
Aww. Oh, thank you. For the cause. Oh.
I made my own penis grow 1 inch. Somebody go check on Josh. Just seeing your reaction was good. And I said it, and now I got to deal with it. I'm gonna get an angry phone call later. That's fine. Hi, you mind explaining? Yeah, I said some shit, okay? But have you seen my fire extinguisher lighter?
That is cool, by the way.
I'm obsessed with novelty lighters. My dad had one that was like, it was about that big, and it was a night. And when you opened up the helmet, fire shot out of it. When I was a little kid. So, slightly safer. And it has a flashlight.
Nice.
Always fun. With blind people. Do what you do.
Okay, like, let me just make sure I got the... Okay, 26th of August. Okay. 08 26 24. Come on. Oh, thank you, that blonde artist.
See? More penises have grown.
Oh, wait. August
What?
is...
This month? Now?
Yeah. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay. I need to put in the whole date. Okay. Let's get my... Yeah. Launch that widget. Launch the widget!
Hi, sir.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Calculation. Now I have to do math. Hang on. I got to pull out a calculator. All right. 16 plus 50 plus...
Just pretend you're
equals
Kirk.
91. Oh! All right. We made it. Okay, we apparently made it. Congratulations. Hail Satan to all of you. Thank you.
Satan provides.
Oh, the devil provides. Yeah, that man, before I even fucking put the thing up on the screen. Good Lord.
For the Countess. For the Countess.
For the Countess. For the Countess. Yes, indeed.
We'll go to hell for that woman.
Oh my God. But crisis averted in like 5 minutes, but if you want to donate more, please go ahead. I can always use more cigarette money to keep this show and to keep this show going. Crow Bison, thank you. $6.66 is a perfect amount. Hail satanic penises. May penises all grow larger, and may your tits
girthier
go whichever direction you want them to in the size department.
Can I just say Walmart has this? If anybody is a fan of graphic T-shirts like I am, sick Exorcist shirt.
That is a good Walmart Exorcist shirt,
right? Yeah, Pizzazu, and it turns into the fucking poster. Keep happy, girls. Also, everyone, I talk about making skull lamps. Now you can see it. Chabam. Look at that.
Oh my God.
But I was talking about the TV season, and one little fucking show ad that came up that made me and my dad, every time it came up, crack up.
Yeah.
Zachary Quinto in a show called Brilliant Minds. They have the Emmy clip line at the end of it. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to watch it, but it just does it feel like this might be bad.
What? The poster behind you of the Harlan Ellison cover.
Yes.
That's I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the I Have No Mouth covers.
Okay. If anybody wants to get real dweeby with me while we talk about this Zachary Quinto show, I do have this weird collection of Harlan Ellison books that has been years in the making. With anytime I go to a bookstore, I'm like, do you have this guy? Because if you have anything, I will take it.
Yes.
I am one of those weirdos that's
God, my copy of the Essential Ellison is criminally underread. Because it's a lot of his work leading up to I think 1995 or 1994 thereabouts. It's not absolutely everything, but it's got all the essentials.
Yeah.
Hence the Essential Ellison.
And the greatest hits.
It's got the greatest hits. It's got I Have No Mouth. It's got The Death Bird. It's got it's got Glowworm, Boy and His Dog.
Okay.
Shit like that. Oh, Prince Mishnik, Hold the Relish.
Oh my God, I love that one.
Yeah, it's an amazing story. Yeah. So yeah, I love that book, but I'm always worried about bending the spine.
Yeah. That's we have books, but we don't want to read them because holy shit.
Yeah. Entropy might take hold, you don't want that to happen.
And I'm wearing the Exorcist shirt because I actually got a copy of the Exorcist book today. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, one thing I found out, speaking of Entropy, one thing I found out is that on a chemical level, apparently, gold is somewhat immune to entropy. Yeah, because it's because of the way the atoms are formed. where molecules are formed. Like, it's seemingly immune to entropy because it in and of itself is a product of entropy.
Huh.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really odd. And I was like, well, wait a minute. That can't be right. And they're like, no. Like, if it has...
The sad part is,
if you have the matter, if you have the matter that makes up gold, eventually gold appears. Now, that period of time is like millions of years.
Yeah.
But it's like this weird exception to everything naturally, like, kind of falls apart. But when gold doesn't rust, it doesn't tarnish, and it doesn't decay. Yeah. Or its decay is really, really slow. It's a very stable molecule.
The weird shit that we get into.
I know. And that's why it's also associated with lead, because apparently lead's the same way. You know, you get the right conditions to make lead, for there to be lead, there will eventually be lead. You know. Yeah, we can create gold, but it takes so much energy, it's not worth it. You know, although we are finding more and more ways of creating energy. The energy crisis, there is a looming energy crisis, but it is not what everyone thinks. It is not because we will run out of fuel. It is because as the old infrastructure is crumbling before in such a way as there's going to be this dearth as the new energy types rise. And it's already happening. It's already happening. The new car batteries are insanely inexpensive. They're stupidly inexpensive. And they're going to roll out in 2 years. It's like the batteries are made, by the way. It's been proven. They had proof of concept. So it's not going to be hydrogen fuel. It's not going to be any of that. It's going to be seawater batteries.
Okay.
You know, it's, which is kind of funny. It's just that whole like, well, wait, if we can get electricity out of salt water, can't we just use that? Turns out, yes. Turns out, fucking yes. And they can get a lot of they can now get tons of amps out of it.
Well, and we're here in Ohio, the place that I call home. People are freaking out right now because there was a power plant in a place called Avon Lake. And trying to figure out what the fuck to do with this defunct power plant. They blew up part of it today.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, that's the wrong direction.
And then there are like the helicopter shots on the news and everything, and I'm like, wow, it's cosplaying Chernobyl. That's fun.
Yeah, well, it's not a nuclear power plant, is it?
No.
Okay.
No. It was an electrical one. But the way they started, like, the process of dismantling it was blowing up part of the roof, which, I mean, telling you that it's cosplaying as Chernobyl.
Why?
Chabam.
Like, oh, that's right. It's Ohio. They don't want Chinese investors.
Right. But apparently a dust cloud kicked up from the power plant when they blew it. And now there are questions about the effects of blowing up a power plant in a populous area when the dust could be whatever.
And this is why the Rust Belt isn't going to recover. Well, I won't say won't, but this is why it hasn't really recovered.
No, go to a place like Braddock, Pennsylvania, that has become so fucked. Okay, Braddock, Pennsylvania is where they shot Martin, and it was a steel town. One by one, they shut down the steel mills in the mid 80s. Okay.
Right.
The town fucking died. It saw a slight resurgence because people like still wanted to be close to Pittsburgh and outlying areas. But then gang culture happened and all this shit. And it's like, if you would have kept the steel mills open, because the country still needs steel. There was no reason.
Yeah. There's no reason. You don't. Steel is not something you aren't. There's no. There's the need for steel has only been greater.
Yes, you shut it down, then all this shit happens, and then they're like, "Well, I don't understand why Braddock, Pennsylvania is one of the highest crime rate." Motherfucker.
Because a bunch of people moved there because of the steel fucking industry, and then the steel industry went away and those people stayed. And you've got all these people hanging around with nothing to do, no way to fucking meaningfully employ themselves. And so they turn to crime because you're going to do that one way or the other because you're not going to let yourself starve to death.
Absolutely. And it's like, how the fuck people question, well, I don't understand why this happened in this town that was built around this one infrastructure, and we shut that down. It happens all over the state. It happens all over my state, Pennsylvania, anywhere in the Rust Belt. You'll find towns like this. Yeah. And it's like, you fucked it up yourself. You blew it yourself, you fucker.
Well, I remember I have a friend, he has family in Ohio, and his big frustration, now he is a tech guy, you know, but when he would have family, when he'd go back for like family reunions and stuff, he'd get really frustrated because he was like, well, I got to tell you, uncle, cousin, whatever.
Billy Bob.
You know, you work that line. You know how to operate those machines. All that shit is sitting there. Why don't you get together or try to get together with a couple of people, buy up one of them and start making cars again?
Well, that's not the way things are done.
Exactly. And you're like, no, he's like, no, that absolutely is the way things are done. That's how it started.
That's how it should be.
That's how it should be. Like, and I'm just using cars as an example. Like, there are cheaper industries that you could start, like windows and doors. That's a fraction of the cost it takes to like operate a fucking steel mill or a car assembly line, you know, or anything like that. Hell, like you could probably enter into a deal with a foreign car company just to be an assembly line.
Yeah.
And one of you could be, you know, the boss of that.
Well, and there was a car plant here in a town called Lordstown, which I always loved driving by because it reminded me of Lords of Salem. They had a car manufacturer shut down. Amazon said, hey, we'll buy the building, and if the workers still want to work here, we'll just fold them into working at Amazon. They voted against it and just complained.
But the deal was done. It was closing, right?
Right. And then the town went, no, we can't have this. And it's still being fought. Well, why are you do you like money?
Well, like I can understand if people didn't want, I can understand if individuals didn't want to work at Amazon, but I don't understand why. I don't understand how that could be worse than like the previous
working at a Chevy plant.
Yeah. I can't imagine that would be any worse.
And then my grandfather was a union guy. I mean, helped start Union Eye Care here in Ohio. That's how deep he was in. And then for me to be seeing anti-union sentiment growing in Ohio, I'm like, I've been a part of unions. My brother's part of a union right now. My grandfather fucking helped start unions.
That's the
How
way
about
Granddad did it.
Yourself?
That's the way America did it. Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, well, like, yeah,
unions are bad.
I watched union become a bad word in my lifetime. After they had spent all this time explaining to me that unions were a necessary stopgap to prevent communism.
Right. And it's like the whole fucking turnaround. And it's like, yeah, I've been a part of unions. I've done walkouts, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't tell me that unions don't serve a fucking purpose, because they do.
Yeah.
And
now,
they always will.
Do you want them to, now, if you're like, oh, but unions are corrupt too. I'm like, yeah. But they need you. They need you specifically. The whole point of a union is so that you get a bigger piece.
Mm-hmm.
Will you get as much as the executives? No. But usually people don't expect that.
Yeah. But, okay, the one time we actually did a walkout.
Mandatory raises. That's union shit. That shit happened because of unions.
They tried to cut the health care in a warehouse. And the union's like, everybody, you're on strike.
Yeah.
Until we work this out, do not touch a fucking box. Do not lift a finger. Walk the fuck out. And we were all like, hey, union boss said it. See you later.
See you fucks later, you know?
You know, and it's like, I worked overnight.
Oh, but they'll just tie other people. Yeah, that's why you call them scabs.
It was so fun to watch people try to cross that picket line, too. It was like, and I know who the fuck I'm not talking to on Monday. This is perfect.
Yeah, man.
Especially hanging out with some of the old biker dudes who were like, this is the 5th time I've been on the picket line. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. What do? We ordered pizza.
We're ordering pizza. We're hanging out. Gonna sing Bob Dylan on a loop, you know, like, or whatever, you know.
One of these like Merle Haggard looking fuckers. Like, I was like, dude, do you just have this shit in your car? Because you're already making a sign. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, the conservative cult has gotten out of control. Like, they control everything right now, and that's shifting, and they're uncomfortable. And I'm like, yeah, it turns out that the bad deal that you explained to everybody that they would get with a union is now significantly greater than what you were giving them. You fucking moron. That money, if you didn't want a union, you had to hand over some of that money. Now, what you didn't want to do, you greedy fucks, which, by the way, the amount of money that you would have had to have spent to prevent a union is going to be pennies in comparison to what a union will get. Not that I have any sympathy. I have no sympathy for these executive shitheads. It's like, no, go broke. I don't care. Oh, but then who will fucking, I don't give a shit anymore. Somebody. The union will pick somebody to do your fucking job.
Do you think we're all going to miss you?
Yeah.
We don't give a fuck that you're here.
Yeah, which, by the way, you often aren't.
And I'm happy that same warehouse I left, right?
Yeah.
Michael's bought the company I was working for.
Okay.
And I was like, this is going to go shit real quick. I'm going to go back to, starting to do school. So
for me, I'm one of those guys where all I want to do is the best I can.
Well, the first thing that Michaels did was kick out the union. I will tell you, A month after I left, they had a big pizza party and fired the entire night shift crew.
Why?
Because we don't need them, obviously. And it was just a way to shut down this previous warehouse because Michael's is based in Texas, people. Hobby Lobby is in Oklahoma with all the rest of the Christian idiots. And Michael's, well, we don't need this place in Ohio. We bought it from this mom and pop craft company.
I'll do you one meaner. I don't buy art supplies from an art store anymore. I just have it delivered by Amazon.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm even going with the capitalist option and getting a better deal.
You know what cool stuff
getting
you
a
on
better
Amazon?
deal. It's like when
art supplies on Amazon. I get coloring books. I get.
Everyone was
That's my
like,
wrist
why
therapy.
do you still? Okay, the thing that stopped me going to Starbucks wasn't economic guilt. It wasn't hating Starbucks. It was simply no more money. Can't afford to spend $5 on a cup of coffee anymore. I'd rather spend $9 and be able to make 10 carafes of coffee. Now, does it taste as good? No, but it gets the job done.
You're preaching to the converted. I don't go to Starbucks either because they opened up. This is one of the bitchiest moves I've ever seen in the modern world. A smaller coffee chain opened up a drive-through coffee place. You don't sit in it. It is there. You get your coffee in your car. You fucking leave. That is the whole point of this place.
Okay.
Right across the street from Starbucks.
Hey, competition.
And I'm like, and they did like 3 days where you have the option of getting a free coffee or you can pay us. In these attempts to do like a preview day, I got that free cup of coffee. White chocolate mocha, same thing I got at Starbucks.
Yep. Loss leaders, baby. It works. If you got a good product, it works really well.
It was a good product too. It was a tasty beverage. And $3.25 for a small. I'm like, you're cheaper than Starbucks. You taste just as good as Starbucks. I am never going back across the street, and I've just seen the line at the Starbucks dwindle. Yes, sir?
I just got passed by the doctors by my iPad. Like,
you used your flash? Oh, God.
I thought my iPad like a flashlight.
I used my iPad like a flashlight?
I did.
Come here. I want everyone to see how proud you are that you conquered the darkness in your own home to stay up past your bedtime.
And hey, I turned on the upper right.
He attacked the darkness.
Over there. Mom turned your head slightly.
I use magic missile.
So,
Mom turned your head slightly to the left. Then I turn on that light. Do you like it?
Yes, I like it. It's my light.
But Mom, I didn't.
It's my goddamn house.
Mom,
Do you like the lights?
And hey, I know where the switch is. I saw you.
Okay.
See this switch?
I know, honey. You're gonna pull the damn thing off the wall.
Okay,
I now know how a light works.
Tell you what, why don't we...
I want to talk to Josh because I did not do him.
That's Jack.
I didn't talk to Jack before.
You have talked to Jack before.
So I want to talk to him.
We're doing a stream. There are people watching. They're watching a hostile takeover. After we're talking about hostile
Okay,
takeovers.
why don't we take an intermission?
We're gonna take a deep breath.
We're gonna take an intermission.
I'm gonna step away.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
I'm not afraid of the dark anymore.
You're not afraid of the dark anymore because you're using the switches.
Yeah, Mom.
Get
No,
over here, Mom.
Mom, put me down.
to your room.
What?
Here.
Here?
Yeah, have two of those.
But I didn't have.
Scooch.
I need my gummy bear light.
You want the gummy bear light?
Yeah.
Or you can have it.
And I have my room down here.
Gotta hand it to him. Nothing. Screaming kids, man. I am good. Minute. He's screaming. He's bursting in on my shit. So it goes. Oof. What does this live chat have to say? Oh, live chat even still alive. Solid batteries, Ohio. Race to the bottom, job security. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. You dance at the club by Mama. Now I'm wondering if people can hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Shit! I'm saying Chaperone, fucking Pink Pony Club, and talking to my fucking self. God damn it!
So, by the way, the Countess thanks you all.
Aw, yay!
The Countess thanks you all. Although she did fucking ask, like, is it enough for both of us to get the game so we can play it together? And I'm like, not quite, but we're very close to that. She's like, could you ask? So I'm asking. So if anyone just wants to donate more, I won't say no.
I don't even remember what I said.
But I already thank all of you.
I should have realized when I'm like embarrassed because I'm sitting here thinking that no one can hear me, and I'm like, I'll just wait for Jack to come back. Talking to myself. I don't even know what the fuck I just said. Damn it!
Hey, Quinn Price. No, we're back, baby. We're back.
They heard my son talking about his gummy bear light because he got a light that looks like a gummy bear today. I think I'm going to take my gummy bear light back to bed.
Delicious, delicious gummy bears. Bouncing here and there and everywhere. Oh, I can't have them. I can't eat them like I used to be able to.
You poor thing.
I got the beatus. I was really upset when, like, I had to stop eating Abba Zabbas.
Hey, look, really we're almost Chapel Road. Yeah, dude, thank you so much. I've got Pink Pony Club stuck in my fucking head like every other God-fearing American. Also, I was looking on my phone, it's stiff. And apparently Donald Trump said more offensive shit. Which I love.
Whatever.
Is she Indian or is she black because she keeps switching between? You do realize, like, she could just sit there and let you talk.
Well, are you stupid or just extra stupid?
And I'm like, Jesus H fucking Christ.
He keeps going between fascist and stupid. Which is he?
Exactly. And it's like, no, I would kind of just...
Oh my God, she can't decide. Am I Indian? Am I black? I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who knows anything about old Kamala? Old Kamala. She's a lot older than she looks, by the way. You know? Not that old is a bad thing. Unless you're Joe Biden. That's a bad thing. Because he was too old. Too old. Too old. They'd look at him and they say, there goes old Joe Biden. There goes old Joe Biden. Shit. Yeah.
But it's like the more, not like I fucking want him to win because I am like, Jesus Christ, thank God we got a way out. We can beat this. We can get this. But it's like, you could just fucking let him talk. And it's like, no, he will put the gun in his mouth himself. This is just, I don't know why I was worried. I probably shouldn't talk about guns around the former president, but shit.
What? Like, he's just running around screaming tonight, you know?
He just ran screaming through the hall. I don't like the dark. I thought you just conquered the dark, brother. Like,
did you conquer it or not? I don't know. Jeez.
Also, we've been talking about the I have no mouth thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep buying ugly shit?
Me?
This is what my son said about this. Tommy, I'm done telling you. Go back to bed. No, you brought me.
What did he bring you?
A Skittle.
I just want
a lime Skittle.
Yeah, I just wanted you to eating it, so I want.
That is a very big shirt, young man.
Talking. So talk. Why you took it off your phone?
So it can fit in here. I can do that.
Yeah, but
have some free money. Thank you, Quinn Price. Oh shit. $9.99. You did 666, but you wanted to do more. So
I told you it's serious talk.
Absolutely serious talk.
I just talk already.
Just talk already. Hey, can you tell everybody what you thought of that poster?
What? That poster will be over there, and that will be up there.
Yeah, I switched them because it was more pleasing.
Hail Satan, Quinn Price. Hail Satan. Thank you.
Why did you trash the house?
It's your first super chat.
Why did you trash
Excellent.
the house?
I didn't trash the house. What the hell are you talking about?
No, in your room.
I made it nice in here.
Why?
Because I wanted it that way.
Well, how all this happened? Okay.
I got 3 conversations going on. This is amazing. Go to bed.
No, I don't want to. I don't want it.
Anything you want us to discuss, Quinn Price? I mean, certain things I'm gonna to be on that holiday side. Woo! I'm flipping the script. I know. He flipped it. Flipped it for real. Oh, looks like Orbob's got mute. Because there is child. Oh. Should we let's give her a minute to wrangle child. I like how he's standing, the little kid is like standing near that severed head. It's, oh!
There's my older brother. He's harder to deal with than a drunk at a bar.
The ogre, the child has been subdued.
You're muted, darling. Oh, I know.
Yeah. Keep on keeping on. You got it.
He really acts like he's getting electroshock therapy. I promise. The care and feeding of the child. He does. I said I wasn't gonna.
Yeah. If anyone else wants to donate and pick a topic, like, feel absolutely free. Like,
but I had all my books on a higher shelf, and my son was getting at them and was lying badly about it. Okay, one of my thicker books, right? Yeah. Was sitting on the ground outside the bookshelf. Hey, bud, were you climbing up there again to get at the shit on the shelf? No. Oh. How did this end up on the floor then? It fell. I watched it fall. This weighty thing, it weighs as much as you.
Millhouse, you were supposed to be watching The Factory. I watched it fall down. Damn. Yeah. Actually, I think my favorite, like, Bart Simpson line is when he gets off. How's the cigarette garden growing? Well, as you can see.
Oh, it's got a flower.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it all aesthetically pleasing.
Cancer blooms, you know.
Tobacco.
They actually made a tobacco.
What?
They actually made a tobacco. Now, the problem is that its nicotine content is so high, it's poisonous. Like, you will die if you eat it.
I want to risk it, though. I want tobacco on a chicken sandwich. Lightly toasted bread.
No.
Lightly toasted.
No. You'll go into toxic shock immediately. It's apparently that bad.
Okay, have you heard of the cursed grilled cheese? Okay.
Tell me about the cursed grilled cheese, please.
This was built online. So, in a bog in Scotland, they found cheese. Ancient cheese.
That no one had dug up.
That no one had found. And they dug it up. And they're like, this is cheese. And then someone's like, is it fucking terrible that I still want to try it? Right? Move on. Tomatoes were found fossilized in Rome.
Yikes.
And someone's like, I kind of want to see.
Wait. How could fucking tomatoes be fossilized in Rome?
They found that, like, a basket that had tomatoes that had just kind of molded, and they checked what the mold was. It was tomatoes. And they're like, we found an old ass basket of tomatoes.
So,
and then
thousands of years ago, there were tomatoes in Europe.
Or wherever.
Yeah, and they made their way to Rome.
They found bread somewhere else. Can't even remember where. They found the ancient recipe for bread. And someone's like, make the fucking grilled cheese. Use the fucking tomatoes. Use the bog cheese. Use that recipe for fucking bread. God damn it.
No.
And I'm one of those people that's like,
no.
I would eat the fucking disgusting ass grilled cheese.
I would not. Look, I'm Chinese. Weirdo. I've eaten some nasty shit, and I have found my limit.
I have eaten a Twinkie Wiener sandwich.
Twinkie Wiener sandwich is not actually that bad. It's more sweet than anything.
Yeah, when you get high and you watch UHF, you're like, you know something? Fucking try it with the Cheese Whiz on. Screw it.
Oh, it's not Cheese Whiz. It's squeeze cheese.
I was in Oklahoma, Jack.
They didn't have squeeze cheese in Oklahoma? I find that hard to believe.
We had to make do with
you had to make do. You just happened to have Cheese Whiz, not squeeze
We had
cheese.
Twinkies,
Okay.
hot dogs, and Cheese Whiz. Boom.
All right. Got it.
Let's have another discussion. Let's talk about something else. I was watching Purple Rain the other day. Why did I forget that Prince comes on the crowd at the end of the movie?
I don't know how you forgot that.
And then it ends up like, I'm like, how the fuck do I not remember him spraying the crowd with water and then doing a freeze frame to camera? Why does no one talk about that? I'm not going to question why people haven't heard of the sequel Under the Cherry Moon, because that one kind of
goddamn
sucks.
horror guru, he's mentioning easy cheese. Like, that cheddar flavored easy cheese is dangerous. It's dangerous, man. It's fucking dangerous. You know, you'll be like, I'll just put some on a cracker. Next thing you know, you're reaching for a second can.
Next thing you know, you're making the Leaning Tower of Cheese, and you're wondering what the fuck you did with your life.
Yep. What has brought me to this state? Easy cheese.
You know, also, I
squeeze cheese makes my eyeballs itch.
You got my cheese whiz, boy.
I will never forgive Munchies for the line, squeezy cheese makes my eyeballs itch. And if you're like, what the fuck is Munchies? And I'm like, okay, it is two phenomenon. They're both awful. They're both highly questionable. One is Munchies. And it is basically brain damaged E.T., but it's not Mac and Me. Okay? You got that? Okay, great. Now, then there's Munchies 2, which is an abomination. This Munchie is slightly bigger, and he wears a leather jacket because he's a greaser. So when someone tells me, oh my God, those Ghoulies movies are so bad, I'm like, fuck you, you have no idea what bad is. You have no idea. I will never forgive you, Richard Kelly. You fucking betrayed us. I fucking... Man, Richard Kelly, like, that man wins the award for I ruined my own movie. This is why when you make something, there is a point where you're like, leave it alone.
Zack Snyder,
Stop.
we were talking about this earlier.
Stop. Just stop. It's fine. If you keep fucking with it, it will start going in the other direction.
You are talking to a woman that when someone made, it was Josh. When I say someone made, you got to pretend that I have friends, okay? I try to make it seem like I got a whole gaggle of friends. I got you, I got your wife, and I got, fucking Josh. That's what I got. Okay? I'm working with a small deck. And who do you like most?
What did he show you?
He, on an offhanded thing, we were talking about Matthew Lillard, and he talked about Ghoulies Go to College.
Ghoulies 3.
Ghoulies Go to College. You're talking to a woman that off an offhanded joke about how much would it take to send a ghoulie to college, figured out how much it would actually cost, accurate to the movie year, to send the ghoulies to college for one semester. My insanity knows no bounds. You want to talk about Munchies being weird? Try to figure out tuition for a cat that's about that big.
No. I didn't say it was weird. I said it was bad. Munchies 2 is one of those movies where I'm like, why does this exist? The only way you can watch that movie is if it's on like Joe Bob's show or MST3K. Otherwise, you're going to be going, I can't get through this.
I don't know if I can survive. I thought that about Things. I really thought the first time I watched Things, I wasn't going to be able to handle it. And then I've watched it since.
It's not that bad. Things is bad, but it is not unwatchable.
You start to love things about Things. And the fact that I'm talking about it like this, like, nah, man, you don't like waxing philosophical about Things. The director has contacted me because he's seen me talk about Things. Man knows me. I can wax philosophical about Things. It's weird, but I can do it.
Oh my God.
Why my world is just an endless joke. How crazy is Rachel's house? I've got a little kid's fucking Adidas slide with 2 Skittles in it. Just sitting by my bed. How'd it get here? I don't know. Why didn't I notice it before the stream? Also, I don't know. Why do you want to eat the Skittles? Kind of, but they were in my son's shoe.
Oh my God. Things is a what the fuck fest.
Like,
it transcends good and bad, and somewhere in there is the Buddha. What? You know, somewhere in there is enlightenment. I swear to God.
It's hiding between Amberlynn's tits.
Yeah.
And you wonder how she got in there, and it's like, no, it is as simple as they met her at a convention and asked, do you want to be in our dumb movie? And she said, yeah, okay. I've done weirder things for money.
Yeah, it's a it's shot on Super 8. I was about to say shot on Shitty-O. Funny.
Time to make sure Munchies 2 is playing when Jack gets off stream.
Oh, you asked for it and you're going to get it. You watch that movie. I'm telling you, you bring it upon yourself. There is no revenge.
God, my child.
There is no revenge I can come up with that will be worse than the act itself.
You can't do this to me.
Like, hey, yeah, you needed the Munchie to be a smart mouthed greaser. That's what you needed.
Okay.
If you thought Theodore Rex was too highbrow or too well done, you ain't seen nothing. You don't know shit about Shinola. Actually, my favorite what the fuck fest is probably Kuzo. Has the Horror Guru made you watch Kuzo yet? Oh! We got to make you watch Kuzo next time you come down.
Okay. I don't know if I should be excited or scared.
Both. It is, hands down, one of the weirdest movies I've seen. Well, not the weirdest, but it is definitely in the top 5.
Okay.
It's one of the weirdest movies that I have seen that I still count as a movie. I've seen other weirder things committed to celluloid. And bear in mind, I have not seen What Is It?
That's my what the fuck movie.
I haven't seen it.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Largely because it's not commercially available.
Yeah.
You know, you have to pirate it, and they don't. Certain sites that go
come up so rarely.
Yeah, they come up, but they're rare. Like, it's easier to find someone who has a copy of it. you know.
That's exactly why I jumped on it when I found What Is It? And I'm like, I'm downloading this. You're watching it tonight. If the download doesn't work, I am so fucking sorry.
Are you watching a trailer for Munchies or Munchies 2? Because apparently we didn't say everything we needed to say in just one movie. Now,
let the art speak for itself.
But yeah, the art speaks for itself. I'm telling you. Hey, Steps 8, what's up? But yeah, Kuzo, I actually really like that movie. Now, don't get me wrong. There are parts of it that are hard to watch. Like, I have trouble stomaching the movie sometimes.
And I need to watch this?
Yes. Yes, you do. Because for everything that it does, which is disgusting, it does something amazing.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get Clockwork Orange to the couch in your living room. Man.
Yes. Yes. This is absolutely like a Clockwork Orange movie.
Okay. I'll bring my
not in it is as good. But as in your eyes will be fucking forced open and you will not be able to look away.
I just had the weirdest thought. So I own a straitjacket.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be surprising to anybody that I own a straitjacket. That's not the point. I'm like, so Clockwork Orange me onto your couch. Can I get the straitjacket through TSA? That was where my brain went. Not, haha, that's a funny thing that you thought of. No.
Yeah, I wonder if Kuzo is still on Shudder. I know that it was on Arrow at one point. I will do you all a favor. I will show you the first few minutes of this film. Behold. Now, this is not particularly gross. It is not particularly horrifying. It is, however, what the fuck.
Okay. Apparently there's also a Kuzo funeral home in Pennsylvania that they try to give you directions for. So, maybe I'm spelling it wrong.
Kuso.
Okay.
Japanese for shit. Kso!
Buildings have suffered
the way
structural damage.
A potential risk of a
I caught
tsunami on the
myself when I
coastal
looked
area.
at you when you said it. Japanese for shit. I'm like, yeah, my face said it all.
You pray you cannot fuck around. No one will ever save you. When you're dead, then you're dead. There is no coming back. Your God is from the underground. So when you pray, you cannot fuck around. No one will ever save you. Once you're dead, then you're dead. There is no coming back. Newsflash, the world cracks wide the fuck open, swallowing you and your homies whole. Whole notes, holistic remedies, the whole kid of caboodle. It is holier than thou, digested by the earth. You have been jailed in essence, bewitched, imprisoned, disappear in the black expanse. Your God is from the underground, so when you pray, you cannot fuck around. No one will ever save you. When you're dead, then you're dead. There is no coming back. Your God is from the underground, so when you pray, you cannot fuck around. No one will ever save you. When you're dead, then you're dead. There is no coming back. Grounded, you have been grounded. Angelic limbs in flight, taxidermied in the coat hangers. My son.
Flying Lotus doesn't just do the music; he wrote and directed this thing.
Carbonite breakfast cereals with a cyanide taste profile.
After Googling try to learn more, of course Google Images, it's right there. And I'm having a similar reaction when I first saw the subject.
Washing after world reasoning and hood magic, made into metaphysics. Home straight as streets crumble and bones break, as streets crumble and bones break. Mixing ash with blood as the hell is normalized. Welcome to Los Angeles, motherfucker. Your God is from the underground, so when you pray, you cannot fuck around.
No one will ever save you.
Ooh, that's a question I think
Come
Jack
back.
knows this movie. He'd be able to answer better, Flashman.
Forbidden Zone. It is Flying Lotus's Forbidden Zone.
But I love the Forbidden Zone.
Oh, yeah. That's why you need to see Kuzo. It's way grosser than Forbidden Zone in certain parts.
Okay.
But it is easily as weird.
Because of Forbidden Zone, I know how Hervé Villechaize made love. So, I mean, nothing gets weirder than that. I just roll her up in a little ball. Good for you.
You get to watch Hervé Villechaize grope Susan Tyrell.
And they were actually fucking.
Oh, they were
behind
actually
the
a couple at the time?
Yeah.
Oh.
For years. And when Robert Elfman asked how it works, he says, I roll her up in a little ball.
Oh, man.
And she just kind of nodded and apparently walked off like, he told you.
Oh, one of Hollywood's bombshells, actually. You know,
What
back
kills me,
back in the day.
before I would randomly do movies on Discord, which I'm not doing. I can't do movies anymore.
Yeah,
I
Cat
don't
Herman's
have-
like, oh, holy shit, you're right. It is Flying Lotus's Forbidden Zone. I'm like, yeah, it is.
I was like, I'm gonna run Forbidden Zone, and I think I'm gonna do it on Twitch, and I'm gonna try to
Love that
censor
movie.
all the boobs on it.
That's gonna be hard.
I made a fucking
Yeah,
thing
you
in my
might
computer.
you might need to do that ahead of time.
Right. I downloaded a copy to my editing software, and I created what I called the Elf Bra, and it was just random pictures of Danny Elfman's face to put over tits in the movie. It shut down my computer 3 times.
You know,
Like, the program fucked itself so bad. And then I just was like, I'm
If
just
you-
going to show it on Discord and be done.
you know what? If you want, I could pre-censor that for you with the Elfman bra.
See, I don't have the editing thing anymore. Because
No.
again,
I do.
I would have to get all my streaming stuff on this new computer.
Oh. Well, should you need it?
It's an option.
Should you need it? It's an option. By the way, Mousedon, that was the first 3 minutes of the movie Kuzo, which is the movie Flying Lotus made. Despite the things you think you know. One of my happiest moments was my friend Anthony, who trucks in bootleg movies.
Probably why I have a DVD.
Recognized Flying Lotus looking through his stuff at a convention. And he's like, hey, my buddy Jack loved your movie.
Nice.
I was like, hell yeah, dude. Yeah,
Isn't
put
that
that
nice
shit, like, come on, let's have, if that thing had come out when I was at Channel Awesome, I would have gone over to Kyle from Browse Held High and said, you're reviewing this.
We're doing it together.
You're doing
buddy.
it. We're doing it. We're doing this one. You know, it'd be like, you're not going to make me watch this movie, are you? Oh, hell yeah, I am. Fuck yeah, I am.
It's one of those films that's inflicted on another person.
Ooh. Well, it's really hard to describe. You know how you can kind of describe Forbidden Zone, but it doesn't quite get it across?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to describe it as like Walt Disney's Acid Dream, and then someone's like, no, it's a live Fleischer film. And I'm like,
that is definitely true for Forbidden Zone. Yeah. Max Fleischer.
Yeah. I was like, fuck, you're right. I've misunderstood this for so long.
Yeah, that's why there's all that blackface.
But I also correctly guessed how Joe Spinell ended up in the fucking movie.
Isn't he just someone's neighbor?
He's like Chicken Boy's dad in Forbidden Zone. But I was like, during my stream, I'm like, I bet you any amount of money.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. His last name's Spinell.
Yeah, they make a joke of it.
Oh,
that he's the kid's father in the movie. But I was like, I bet any amount of fucking money that Joe Spinell just met Richard Elfman doing something and went, hey, you ever want me to be in any of your stuff? You make films? Then yeah, I'm totally down.
Yeah,
that's
that is why they
exactly
used
what
me
happened.
to Yeah, that's right, Cat Hermit.
Robert Elfman was driving a
Congrats
cab.
to you, boy. You really delivered. This little honey makes me shake and shiver.
I think it might be Richard Elfman. I'm
Don't
not sure.
worry now, boy. I'll do what I said. Now drag him off and get him ready. Now off with his head.
I have the worst, like, Danny Elfman. Fine man. Fine man. Totally appreciate it. He shares a birthday with my son. I can't be mad at him. The most inappropriate crush on him when he has devil horns. Just the worst out of me. Any other time, he's the Western Jack Skellington. He's the Oingo Boingo. Yeah, I know him. I know the ginger weirdo. Oh. And he's doing a perfect Cab Calloway. Just take me away. I'm gone. And he used to do that as part of the stage show with the Knights of the Oingo Boingo. He would really just do a Cab Calloway number and let it be. There are videos of it.
Dude. Hey, squeeze it to the rescue.
Josh is rolling his eyes. I can feel it.
Somehow, the colorized version, the fact there's a colorized version of this just adds.
Yes.
Where are you taking me?
So I think they should make a sequel.
Where's Frenchie?
He lost his fucking house over it, man.
What, Richard Elfman?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oops.
But he really was driving a cab, met Joe Spinell. Joe Spinell's like, hey, if you ever need me for anything, I'm available. And that's how he ended up in the Forbidden Zone.
Gee, that girl was beautiful. You said it, brother. My boss had just died.
Fuck, I guessed that right.
Is your boss the leader of the Sixth Dimension? No, that'd be the Dimension King.
I fucking love this movie.
Midnight movie classic, you know?
Let me tell you, I'm so pleased to meet you. The boys and I've been expecting to greet you as guests of honor in the house of the dead. Just relax, lay yourself down, say goodbye to your head. Hidey, hidey, hide. Hidey, hidey, hide. Holy, holy.
I can listen to this for hours, and I do. Listen, Witch's Egg.
Oh, man.
I think if you look on Twitch, my the banner that I have is still Devil Danny Elfman. I really think it might be.
Princess, what you gotta do?
Congratulations, you really delivered. This little gal makes me shake and shiver. Don't think I've forgotten all the things that I've said. Don't worry about your friends, relax. Now off with his head.
Da, 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 hi.
Be nice to me, babe, or you'll
Regret it.
You are my hostage, and don't
you forget it.
The night is early and there's lots to be done. Let's boogie now, come on, we're gonna
Have some fun. Squeezing her tit. It's a good movie. It's a lot of fun. I also love it. Oh, God. The moment I knew I was going to love that movie is actually the school scene. You know, where they're like, hey, if you're not going to help me, I'm going to have to get that. It's like, hey, if you ain't going to do nothing, I got to get that kosher fuck grandpa of mine to help me. But you'll never be able to leave class now. Oh, yeah? Oh, man. No, Forbidden Zone's a trip. Look, man. All I'm saying is not trying to cast too much shade on the man. You know, but I always thought it would have been it should have been about really trashy movies discussed as high art. You know, I thought that's what Brass Out High should have been. Like, that's where it should have gone occasionally. Like, oh no.
Romeo and Juliet didn't make it on.
Yeah. But it's like, no, we need to do that a little more often. You know, like get dirty a little more often. Oh, you know, like there were some times when I thought of actually like maybe reviewing some of those films and making myself putting on my Alistair Cook accent. It's like, hello and welcome to Masterpiece Theater. Tonight we will be looking at,
I like Trashterpiece.
Trashterpiece Theater, you know?
Wait a minute. If we're doing Trashterpiece Theater, I feel like I should just... yes.
Oh, yeah, smoking jacket. You need a smoking jacket.
Let me throw on my
shit.
robe.
Yes.
My Steed Bonnet fuckery robe.
That's right, Flashman. A is A, E, Icky, I, ooh.
Hello, and today we'll be discussing Richard Elfman's The Forbidden
Zone. Turn to the camera. But what actually is forbidden in this zone? Well, as you
definitely
see,
not Susan Terrell's tits.
Yes, we shall have a brief interlude. As we have a word from the guarantor. You know? Oh man, maybe that's what I should have done. Like occasionally had done like an intro that was a spoof of a specific show, like
Oh, that would've been
Masterpiece
fun.
Theater or Mystery.
The Jack Murder She Wrote intro would be fucking hilarious.
Da, 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 da.
Just Master
Murder!
waving from a garden. Like
It
it'd
was
be perfect.
murder, Mrs. Fletcher. You know. Oh, now come on, Jessica. I can't because I can't do Angela Lansbury.
But reminded me of something.
Or maybe I could just put on an old lady wig and just like do a really, really bad old lady accent, and that'll be like that'll be it. That'll be my Angela Lansbury impersonation.
So I talked about the Zachary Quinto show, Brilliant Minds, where he wants to experience what his patients are experiencing.
Okay.
Right. And he puts himself in the mindset, Will Graham's house. That's what this is looking like. Okay.
Okay.
Like Will Graham got a medical degree and this is my design, but it's, right. That's one of the shows that will be coming to NBC this September.
Huh.
Another one is Kathy Bates as Matlock.
Well, wait a minute.
The trailers for both of these shows are out.
Wait. Is she literally playing Matlock?
Yes.
Hold on.
The show Matlock exists in the universe of this new show, and she just happens to have the same last name and doing the same job.
All right. So do they have the same theme song?
I don't know.
That's a problem.
We will find out in September.
All right. So let's take a look at this Matlock thing.
There's this funny thing that happens when women age.
What the fuck
We
is
become
going
damnly
on?
invisible.
With
fucking. Oh, I got you. I can't thank you enough. May I offer you one of these? Oh, my grandma loves these.
Please.
It's biological. We turn 65, we start buying them. The 21st floor, please.
It's useful because nobody sees us coming.
I mean, I don't mind this concept, but if it's going to be Matlock, I feel like we need to have the theme song.
19 million.
They make fun of it. There's a gag about the old theme song in this ad.
Who are you?
I'm Madeline Matlock. I'm a lawyer. Yes, Matlock, like the old TV show.
A lawyer working for...
You, hopefully. Peabody updates his client between 8:15 and 8:25. So I waited there till he started talking about his ceiling right in front of me.
So what's the number?
Am I hired?
She did ask for extra resources.
Show me what you got.
Wow, that is quite the pace.
Show me what you got.
When was the last time you practiced law?
That would be 1991.
Meet me in the conference room and bring the new lawyer with you.
Oh, no. I need to be trained by senior partners, not senior citizens. No offense, Perry Mason.
My father was locked up for 26 years because people lied.
In order to get the payout that he deserves, we need to find the smoking gun.
We might have a lead on the
But-
new witness.
What?
I don't know these people.
You have a plan to get him to talk to you?
It's me, Maddie. I met your mom when I moved up north of Hoboken. I'm sorry. I just never thought you wouldn't recognize me.
No, it just took a second. I recognize you. I was just kidding around.
How can anyone testify with clarity to a conversation that happened 26 years ago?
But hypothetically, if he taped the call, that'd be okay.
Hypothetically, we'd admit it.
Well, here's the thing. He called 911.
I'm
so
watching the
go
wheels
ahead and
spin.
admit that
It's
tape into evidence
amazing.
with your blessing.
I just...
It's too much pressure. I can't let people down.
This is completely normal.
Howdy, George.
Granny panties you wear. Let's do this.
The world wants to make some
I-
people invisible, but I can be useful. So point me to a case and put me to work.
Peabody closed to 23
What?
million, just like you said. I got the kids tonight, otherwise we'd be having a scotch.
No scotch for me unless I'm getting laid. I'm guessing that's not on the table.
Sorry, millennials. I already have a Matlock, and his name is Phoenix Wright.
What is the point of having it be Matlock if it's going to be nothing like Matlock except it's an old person?
Right. And I'm wondering.
I mean, the thing is I'm looking at this and I'm like, this might actually be a show that I watch, but I'm too busy trying to figure out why it's Matlock.
Right? And then there's this Brilliant Minds with Zachary Quinto that's coming. And it ends on the line, I want to change the way that you see my patients. And it's like, oh, you just, the scenery chewing, even in that one line, my man.
Wow. It's like, okay. All right. So I'm going to share something. I've shared it before.
Yeah.
But I got to be honest.
It's like Monk without OCD. Yes.
Yeah.
But the show Monk is still a thing in the new Monk where he doesn't have OCD.
I don't know. Like, okay, so HBO, or was it Showtime? I think it was one of them, did a redo of Perry Mason. And they made it more like the novels. Which a lot grittier, set in, very noir, set in the time period of, I think it's the third. I can't remember if it's the 30s or 40s that Perry Mason is set, but set in the appropriate time period. But here's the thing that I couldn't get over.
Okay.
They never play the classic TV theme, where I was like, da-na-na-na. Now, here's the thing. There is a moment in the beginning of each episode, at the beginning of each story arc, where that theme song is clearly supposed to play.
And they didn't get it?
But it doesn't. No, it's worse. They had a new version of the theme song recorded. I'm playing it now.
Okay.
And it's a really good redo of the theme song that's appropriate to the show.
But if you're not going to do the
But
thing,
if you're
why
not,
do the thing?
Yeah. I'm like, why are you acting like you're ashamed of the original theme song? Someone clearly had this made and recorded for this show.
And they didn't use
it. And I'm like,
that is just silly.
Why? Nothing, I gotta be honest, I'm like, no, nothing says Perry Mason better than that theme song, so why not use it? Especially when you had one recorded. And you spent money and time to make this thing. Why not put it in? Who the fuck thought? I can't blame the showrunner because clearly he had this made. But somebody was like, no, we can't have this. And it drives me insane.
But I'm at the point where I'm like, I watch Jeopardy. I watch old episodes of American Horror Story. I watch House. I watch MASH. Old episodes of Star Trek. Getting back into original OG Star Trek.
Yeah.
Because it makes my heart happy.
Captain Kirk and shit. Yeah.
I don't. People can get pissed off with me.
Why?
Watch Next Gen once.
Oh, I see.
I'm a cheesy Captain Kirk girl. I will be till the day I die. I have Leonard Nimoy Sings coming on vinyl. Like, that's who I am in my heart. That's what I know.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at these new shows that are coming out, and there was like one that was like a redo of Chico and the Man, basically, in a donut shop. I'm like, I like that.
Yeah.
I really do. It lasted a season and it was done. Fucking sucked. But hate when they do that. But then it's like, are you guys so creatively dry that you have to go, what is a property that nobody has touched? Fucking Matlock. Well, we'll fucking do a spin on Matlock.
And you're like, well, okay. Matlock's not a woman this time. Oh, okay. And it's nothing like Matlock. Wait,
then why are we doing
it? Then why is it Matlock? You know, why can't it be something else? Because if it's not going to be Matlock, then Matlock as a grandma is a pitch for a different show.
Right? Like, just have it be its own thing then.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, if Kathy Bates as dirty grandma lawyer wasn't going to get you in, having Matlock there does nothing.
Right.
And it only hurts you.
And you're only keeping me away from having her as Granny Goodness, and it pisses me off.
I know, right? She was my number. Oh, speaking of goodness, it's Kitty. Yeah. Because the two perfect actresses to play Granny Goodness have already passed. B. Arthur. Then Betty White. They're both gone, so they can't be Granny Goodness. Kathy Bates should be a shoe-in.
Babe.
What?
Josh. No. This might be the end. He said Cisco and Picard for life.
Hey, I'm a Janeway man. No, just kidding.
Oh, you mean Lost in Space?
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I watched.
Oh, Poker Face is amazing.
Oh yeah, I love Poker Face.
Yeah,
but again, I'm like, those are good original shows that I like.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the shit that NBC is hawking, and I'm like, do you guys not have anything? Now, let me give you the breakdown for the Zachary Quinto show, because me and my dad were both convinced that it had to be.
So pissed when they.
So Bryan Singer did House.
Right.
And House, he's a curmudgeon, pill-addicted asshole that has to deal in a normal hospital setting. He does The Good Doctor. Autistic guy, doesn't understand his patients, has to deal in a hospital setting. Now, the Zachary Quinto show, he's got something going on in his brain where he has major empathy towards all his patients, and he wants to know what they're going through to better help them. With a team of interns trying to deal in a normal hospital setting. And me and my dad are just like,
look,
are we sure Bryan Singer's not involved? Like, we're sure, because
we all know the ER was a good show.
It's like, just here we go. We've got the list of things that we could do in a hospital. Let me just doctor with a mental disorder. Okay. Has to deal in a setting. Has to deal with interns. All right, we got another house show. Let's go.
Yeah, well, okay.
Start raking in the Emmys.
You know that bit in the movie Network where they're just going through all the shows and they're all identical? You know, a plucky young upstart must deal with a curmudgeonly old, benign but curmudgeonly old man.
Yes.
Mentor, you know. Crusty but benign, I think is the line. Okay. So when we were cleaning out this one office did a lot of focus groups for television shows. And a lot of them were for shows that actually were made.
My dad was in a focus group for Dharma and Greg.
So we're going through all of these files, you know, because we were like, I wonder what these files are. So like we start reading them and we're like, oh my God, this is the pitch for fill in the blank.
Yeah.
And they all read like that. They all read like that. They all read like that. So like,
Jesus.
No, I was like, oh man, it's not that there are no ideas. It's that nobody uses anything other than these.
Well, and then you get the people that do have good original ideas. They get passed over and this happened a lot more when people, you know, decide when the writer could be like pushed off and then go, you know, months later and go, you know, something that was a good idea, let's just run with that and just do our own show and fuck people out of money. This happened to so many fucking writers.
Oh yeah.
Back in the 70s and 80s. And it blows my mind. It blows my mind that happened. And now we have no originality because we pissed everybody off.
Oh, there are tons of original programming now.
It's the people that'll take a risk on it that are important.
Yes. Yeah. You know, streaming was actually some of the best shit that happened to television shows. You know, absolutely, bar none. I will not take it back. You know, but at the same time, network television is a strange beast because it is changing despite itself, but it's clear they kick and scream the entire way.
Right.
And you're just like, please stop it. Please stop kicking and screaming. Like, you have something here. You have something good, and you're fucking it up by doing what you do. The Constantine show is a great example of that. Great show. They had no idea what to fucking do with it. And I'm like, just advertise it.
Swamp Thing.
They fucking gave up Swamp Thing before the first episode aired.
And why?
Like, we found out that the show was canceled right after the first episode aired. And we were like, what? What are you talking about? Like, the show just started.
And, you know,
then given some other things that they would do with Max, you're like, oh, you're just fuckos.
Yeah. You're corporate assholes. I'm so sorry. I mistook you because you were wearing a disguise.
Yep.
All that shit made way more sense when Batgirl got canceled.
I know, right? It's like, wait, you just had the final effects to do and that was it? Why not release that fucker?
And then
you're now at the cheapest point of the spending money part of the equation.
But
literally just putting it in theaters.
And they fucked themselves because by deleting that movie and going, it's a wash, forget it, we're not doing it, you called into question every decision and every cancellation you made for the past 5 years.
Yeah.
And everything started to make sense when you realize, oh, it's a tax write-off when you fucking skip a project like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Huh. And you've been doing this for a lot of things that had a big budget, I've noticed. Huh.
Yep.
Corporate greed, baby.
Corporate greed on a level that should not be allowed. Just period. Because it makes no sense.
But you put the money into the Bernie Wrightson, like making the actually good Swamp Thing accurate to Bernie Wrightson's fucking original drawings. And by the way, I cream my jeans for fucking Bernie Wrightson every goddamn day. He bummed a cigarette off me. That man is a god. I actually have like a drawing of his Frankenstein off to the side.
I own that.
And
I own a copy of that. It's really good.
You know, fucking Charlie in the restaurant from Always Sunny, where he's like leaning over and, you know, they're making this awkward eye contact. That's me with this fucking drawing right now. I'm good for it.
Oh man. Uh-oh. Are we okay?
Look at this beauty. Bought from Bernie Wrightson himself.
Oh man.
Ain't it gorgeous?
I'm surprised that's not like in a frame.
Signed at the bottom. The frame broke.
Oh, okay. It was in a frame. Okay. I just it's all private equity and all that corporate bullshit. You know, private equity just basically.
You want to know romance? Just get somebody that looks at you like I look at that fucking drawing. That's love right there.
Like I have no respect for people who make a lot of money.
No.
I really don't. Because, like, it comes down to this. Yeah, once you have money, you just make money.
Okay.
All you have to do is try, and it is frustrating as fuck. Because, no.
I didn't talk to you today. You didn't call me. And you were gone.
I'm not done talking.
I did not hear it.
Do you want to have a discussion about how people with money? Do you want to take your mom's opinion? I was like, no, the people that were surprised that Frank Sinatra was an asshole.
Yeah, I know, right?
For every good thing he did, there are 90 things that he did that were like just boneheadedly crappy.
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest about the idea of not screwing over fans. The nice way to say it is an impossible task.
No.
It's an impossible task because if you are a fan of something, you only know what you like in the context of that which already exists.
Yes. And why does the microphone change?
You know.
Color? You know, it turns red until...
It turns red when I mute it. We were talking about fandom.
Oh, I like fandom. I put that slide in the cup.
What are you a fan of?
When you take me to the fun fair, and I hate roller coasters because they make me flow up.
Okay.
I'm like,
and you like Mario. You're a fan of Mario.
Yeah.
And you're a fan of Spider-Man.
I know, but you give me...
Even the weird Ralph Bakshi stuff that I show you.
But you just give me all of those stuff with the backpack. And you didn't have to give me a ruler.
I didn't get you a ruler. Yeah. He thought he needed a ruler for school. I'm like, dude, you're in kindergarten. Like, slow down. What are you measuring?
Yeah,
he's like, I'll measure everything.
I glad you're on your new PS5.
Maybe you should get him a ruler and let him measure everything.
Honey, if I buy you a ruler, will you please go to bed?
Right now?
Yes.
I can't come with you?
Yes.
I can't. Okay. So I already have clothes on.
Yeah.
And hey, so keep me coming when you're driving off.
Hey, why don't you watch some TV? You want to go watch some TV?
Yeah. And no, when you're driving out, Jack. But when you're
I'm not driving out now to get it.
Okay, I want that, Jack.
No, what?
Skooky!
Let go of my foot.
I'm afraid you're gonna fall.
Skooky, got your foot there, Tommy.
Ellison, dude. Feed off of Harlan.
Bill.
Boo. You scared me. Be careful.
What am I gonna do with you, monkey boy?
Hey, Mom. He said, be careful. Why not? Wow.
We're talking to
Dude,
Tommy now.
What the Wow.
Watch out for that tree.
George of the jungle, strong as he can be.
Why did I do that?
Watch out for that.
You're not going? You're not going? It seems like you're going. Say goodnight, everybody.
Night. Night, Tommy. Oh, no.
I've been talking about one day.
Well, All right, so back to the fandom thing. So, like, yeah. A fandom only knows what it wants in the context of the thing that's already existed. Now, not every fan. But as a whole, yes, that's why they get mad when, like, things change. Because they don't actually know what they want. Except the old stuff.
Hey, Baba. Jesus Marimba. Christ on a motorbike.
And so I don't really
you're like,
think
we're ending the stream. Fuck.
And so I don't really think that giving fans what they want is a good idea for the simple reason that they're poised to hate anything anyway.
Yeah.
You know, like,
you keep doing the same shit that you always do, then you're stuck doing the same shit that you
stuck,
always do.
Yeah, you're stuck doing that, and it starts to circle the drain.
Then you go off and you do something different.
Okay. Yeah. You generally want to try to do
way.
something different. It's not always going to work, but you would prefer to make errors in that direction. Because I will give you the ultimate example of why you don't do this.
Go on.
Supernatural post-season 5.
Okay.
There are 10 more seasons after 5.
Stares at most of the Star Wars fandom. Yes.
There are 10 more seasons of Supernatural after the 5th season, which is essentially the end of the story.
Yep.
They tried to give fans what they wanted, and it just got
ridiculous.
7 was a high point. And after that, it was just this steady descent into crapitude.
Okay, and House started off as a very good show. You get to season 7, I think, is when he starts dating Cuddy, and you got rid of that, and then all of a sudden it's just like that.
Yeah.
You see it go. You can watch the episode where the shit goes on life support.
Yep.
And you're like, ew.
Yeah. Those are examples of giving fans what they want. You just end up circling a goddamn drain. And
what happened, like, and people blame the writer's strike, which, fine, you want to blame the writer's strike for some of this shit happening. That's on you.
You know, but what about all the things that weren't the writer's strike?
Exactly.
You know, like, I'm sorry, if a show runs long enough, you're going to hit a writer's strike. Just period. You know, so I don't know about giving the fans what they want. I never really have.
No.
I never really have thought of that. I have seen some shit where I'm like, nobody wanted this, and you should have known that.
And I've seen how volatile fandom gets. And it disgusts me in a very, like, visceral way.
Yeah. Oh, Jay Tilton. Yeah, if fans got their way, Batman 98 they would have dropped Michael Keaton and they would have replaced him with Steven Seagal. Absolutely damn right. Because that was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't want...
David Duchovny was up for Batman.
Yep.
And his chin couldn't fit the cowl.
Yeah, because in the words of Tim Burton, I'm not casting a chin. I'm casting an actor that can act off of Jack Nicholson.
And it's...
Because whether or not you understand it, it's called Batman, but it's really the Joker.
But here's my thing. And you and me go to enough conventions. We've done enough shit in our lives. Ever since I was a fucking baby, I've been going to conventions. And my dad taught us very early on. This is your Uncle Tom. He has a really great job. Normal guy. Puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like, you know. takes a morning shit just like your dad, like normal person. Really cool job. Just remember that. Right?
Right.
And I have gone my entire life with this attitude. I have won people's hearts with the, hey man, we're both just here. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm fucking Wesley from Princess Bride. Yeah, but you're Carrie Elways, and it's very nice to meet you.
Yeah, I would rather meet Carrie Elways.
I
met Wesley. I watched the movie a billion times. I want to meet Carrie Elways. You know?
Right. But then you see like these rabid fucking fans. And it's like, I can't be alone, where it's like, if I was that person, I would not be cool with you.
Also, fans of a genre, fans of horror fans are different than fans of a show.
Yes.
Because,
learn that one pretty quick.
Yeah, you learn that really quickly. Like, for example, all of those like Walking Dead conventions, that does not translate into a horror show.
And
you'll see some of the same vendors. You'll see some of the same vendors, but like otherwise, no, vibe is completely different.
But you'll see those vendors, their stock changes to specifically fit what the show is.
Yeah.
But I stopped watching The Walking Dead after Negan came in. Right? Dressed up as Negan for Halloween, and I was done.
Okay.
I'm like, I'm good with this show. I'm done. Because of the way the fans attacked the writers, they attacked the guys that were on the show. It's like, for what? The comic book fans were pissed off because you didn't do everything that's in the comic book, which, baby, that train left the station during season 1. Okay. Then you get the fans that are like, no, you're ruining this shit with Negan. You cast it wrong. He doesn't, it's like, the fuck is wrong? Will you ever be happy with literally anything? Yeah. And you want to talk about a show that they are taking the money cow and just milking it for all its rotten money milk as it's dying in a fucking field. We can talk about the fucking Walking Dead.
Yep.
Stop. It's already dead.
Yep. Well, like, here's another thing. You'll run into this a lot. Horror fans also tend to be fans of The Walking Dead.
Mm-hmm.
But Walking Dead fans do not tend to be fans of horror. Oh.
This is quite hot, so be careful.
All right. It's hot, so I'll put it there.
Hello. I love you.
Scream.
Ah! Tell him to check his phone.
Check your phone.
Okay.
Oh, he did.
I'll say this. Some of the best stuff about Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing fucking Negan is his Instagram.
I love Jeffrey Dean Morgan in literally anything.
Yeah. He's great. But like, the fact that, like, I went to a Walking Dead convention and it was like, oh my God, you are not fans of horror. You are just fans of The Walking Dead. I just, because one of the things that I will ask people, because I was like, a horror guy, and it's so frustrating to do this at anything other than a horror convention, which is, tell me, what's your favorite scary movie?
I have several answers.
Yeah. It's like, if you have several answers, that's fine. But usually they have no answer.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to a Walking Dead show, nobody has an answer. And I was like, come on, you've seen at least one. Fucking say something.
Just say Night of the Living Dead.
Just say Night of the Living Dead and I'll go away.
There is that. And then, like, okay, American Horror Story fans. You wouldn't think they'd be 40-year-old women acting like a bunch of bitchy teenagers. They are.
They are. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I didn't like the new season, and I think it's because it's based on a book. No, Ryan Murphy's been dipping in quality for fucking years. You just haven't been smart enough to fucking notice.
What season was this they were talking about?
Delicate was based on a book.
Oh. Okay. Is it any good?
I didn't like it.
Oh, okay.
But it had Kim Kardashian as one of the co-stars, and I thought it was like, now the Lady Gaga stunt casting for Hotel.
Well, no, that worked. Yeah, that worked
really well.
because she was playing a vampire.
And she can, no, up until this point, no one knew that Lady Gaga could fucking act on top of everything else. So, you know, a little bit of a surprise. Kim Kardashian being flat and boring in every fucking episode. It's on the tin, baby.
But, well, I mean, like, she's not really an actress.
No.
She's just a celebrity.
Well,
she's just rich and is related to a guy who got OJ off.
Well, and then they have the show Feud, right? With Betty Davis and Joan Crawford. They did season 2 of Feud, and they did Capote versus the Swans, which...
Okay.
Right. And if you are a person like me and Truman Capote has not hit your transom other than In Cold Blood and Breakfast at Tiffany's, you're like, what the fuck is this actually about?
It's about Truman Capote being a catty bitch for like an hour. Each
that
episode.
You stretched into 10 goddamn episodes, Ryan. The Jeffrey Dahmer show he did. Really good.
Oh.
Really liked the Jeffrey Dahmer show. Evan Peters as Jeffrey fucking Dahmer. Calgon, take me away. It was great. They've geared up to do season 2 about the Menendez brothers.
What's more to tell?
You had somebody that played a very good John Wayne Gacy in the Jeffrey Dahmer show. But don't do that. Don't use that guy again and do the John Wayne Gacy story. The Menendez brothers? Ryan, please, baby, you're killing me. And to see people online, part of being disgusted with fans. I don't know. Evan Peters as Jeffrey Dahmer just makes it hot.
He is not hot in that show.
The clothes dry. Was my blanket dry?
I didn't put your blanket in the dryer. What is on your face? Skittles.
Yeah.
Is he turning into Polka Dot Man?
I might same here.
Wait, Polka Dot Man, show. I'm sorry. In our house, he's Cupcake Boy.
Is he turning into Cupcake Boy?
My son thought David S. Malchin as Polka Dot Man looked like a cupcake with circle sprinkles.
I'm not a polka dot man. I am that's filled with Skittles.
I'm not a polka dot man. I'm just filled with Skittles.
Yeah.
Can I send that to David S. Malchin?
Okay, Mom. But
do you want to? If I give you my meat pillows for the night, will you go to bed?
I don't want Jack.
Okay, what do you want to say to Jack? What will make you go to bed?
What they will tell us our day, maybe? Then we can be.
Baby, he doesn't. I already told him about our day.
No, but I didn't because I was in my room.
Okay, what did you do today?
That's Skittles.
It was a harrowing adventure. Hey.
Cuckoo!
Are you done?
No, I might make my voices.
Okay. Buddy.
I take my headphones off.
Cuckoo. Come on, dude. Come on, buddy.
No.
You're being ridiculous.
You're done.
He's tasting the rainbow. Definitely. Oh, man. Yeah, The Walking Dead. And
I want everyone to know I have reached a deal with the toddler. He will take the meat pillows for the night. Come on.
I have a boo-boo, Jack. Look.
He got a boo-boo on his finger.
Oh, brave man. Brave man.
Yeah. Why were you trying to mess with that, dude?
Because I was trying.
Because
I'm trying to set up your
getting too fresh for this.
Oh, man. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna refill my coffee while we got this break.
We've struck a deal with the toddler that's been holding me hostage for the past 5 years. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can everybody hear me again? Because this is gonna be great. Walking Dead fandom is toxic as fuck. If everybody can hear me. Which I'm waiting to see if the chat responds. Yes, Jeff is on break. Yes, you can hear me. No, my thing has always been, if I treat these people like normal people, then usually good things happen. I've met some assholes. Like, I've never shied away from telling you guys that I haven't always met the nicest people, but most of them have been pretty fucking cool. You know, Bernie Wrightson does not have to be nice to me. You know? There are several people that it's like, no, other than me being cool and talking to them the way I would want to be talked to, that creates this kind of weird, like, respect, you know? But I saw Norman Reedus. Hello. I was keeping people entertained, Jack. In the meantime, but okay, I had the pleasure of meeting Norman Reedus. The first season of The Walking Dead had just happened.
Mm-hmm.
He was still on, you know, his only thing on his banner was fucking Boondock Saints at his convention at that point. That was the year he asked me out.
You told him you were 17?
Yes, that was that year. But watching, right? Because I had this rare thing where I got to watch how a person changed and how the fans changed towards a person. Right? Because Norman Reedus and Sean Patrick Flannery and David Del Rocco, they got a fair amount of traffic from people that knew Boondock Saints and stuff at a horror convention, right? Pretty cool. And then he had the added thing of just being on The Walking Dead. By season 2, the very next year, I go back to the same convention. His line is fucking nuts. He's wearing sunglasses in all his photos. He's talking to fans differently. He's got a handler now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're like, Jesus Christ. And the people that weren't paying attention to him last year are trying to blow him in the bathroom this year. And then my second story with Norman Reedus, also very cute. I waited for his line to die down, and I came up to kind of, you know, look at his stuff. I thought he was still signing, and then this fucking handler guy, excuse me, miss, what do you think you're doing? Well, I was hoping that if he wasn't on a break, I could get something signed and get a picture with him, but if he's on a break, like, I'm not gonna fuck with him, right? Because I'm a human person. I know.
Right.
They gotta take a shit. They gotta eat, man. Fuck, I know. I'm very respectful about this. This guy is trying to tell me to fuck off in every single way except fuck off. And I'm like, well, I'm not even asking, like, can I wait here? I just wanted to see what pictures I had to do. What's going on? Norman, this woman's trying to interrupt your lunch break, and I am so sorry, and I'm just in the process of getting her. No, what do you want signed? It's cool. And it's like, okay, so behind this whole veneer of newly minted fucking little Walking Dead star, you are still a good guy. Thank God. Your handler, though, is a piece of shit.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And what kills me is this guy now runs a convention.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, buddy. One of the worst handlers I ever saw was Farouz Balks. That guy was a piece of shit. Now, I'm sure it was like a new agency and fill in all the blanks. But he was acting like she was a star that she was not acting like she was.
Yeah.
You know, because she was just like, well, it's really clear Farouz Balk has social anxiety.
Yeah.
You know, it's really clear. You know, and so she needs someone to be a buffer between her and, like, people.
Everybody? Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody. And so it's like, oh, okay.
The chick from Hellraiser is the same way. Ashley, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, like it's all a bit too much. But, like, this guy is acting like he owns her.
Ugh.
And it was just like, that she fired him after the convention, which I was like,
her.
good.
That
guy was a cock. Like, you know, that guy was a douche canoe. You know, it's like, yeah, you're trying to ride a celebrity money train. You know, like you're trying to ride the celebrity gravy train. Fuck you, dude. You know,
she's not even doing that.
Yeah, she's not doing that. She's like, she's just trying to make rent.
Well, and the thing about the Hellraiser chick that I remember was people, like, the first day of the convention, people were lined up at Ashley's table and were really into it. And then we were like, oh, we'll just catch her on the second day. That's fine. Right. And there are people where it's like, okay, that's the second day person. This is a first day person, you know, and these are the stragglers you catch at the end. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? We're like, nobody wants to be at her booth. She wanted to draw. She wanted to relax at her booth and draw because she makes money as an artist.
So wait, who is this? Ashley?
The chick from the first Hellraiser. I can't remember her last name. First name's Ashley.
I didn't know she was an artist.
Yeah. And she does her little sketches and sells them at her booth and does little things like that.
Okay.
And people were getting put off because she would have to like pack up her stuff real quick, set her sketchbook aside, and then talk to you about Hellraiser, and then go back to sketching.
Well, isn't that how that works? Isn't that how that's going to work? Or
have you guys ever met an arty weirdo? They're artsy and weird.
Yeah.
That's what they do. She signed your box. She took a picture. Should be done. Well, I don't know. It just put me off of meeting her. I heard people saying that John Carpenter was being a dick. And I was like, man, I don't even know if I want to meet John Carpenter. We get up to him and he's playing with a fucking baby at his table. Like taking time out to hold someone's baby and coochie coochie coo captain and everything else. And I'm like, this is the guy everyone was saying he was being a dick. And me being the asshole that treats these people like normal. Hey, I gotta be honest. This guy walked past me. You said you were being a kind of a dick, I'm a dick to people that want me to sign 30 items and not put their name on it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I would be a dick about that too.
Yeah.
My name's Rachel, though. Sign my Halloween pumpkin.
Yeah, well, yeah, like that's actually a thing. That's actually a thing. Because people, because they want to auction it off. And I just find myself going like, no, they want to get you out of that line so that anybody else can come in. Yeah. They're not there to meet you.
Yeah.
They're not there to make you money.
Malcolm McDowell, though, I kept deciding, and I was fucking 15 meeting Malcolm McDowell. I got a palm bottle signed by him, but there was one.
But I bought these books. Well, then congratulations, like in Harlan Ellison. It's like I bought these books for you to sign. Ooh, I can't sign all of them. Well, I bought them. Well, now you have them.
Good, read them.
Good, read them. Get out of my face. And I'm like, and I'm just sitting there, and people are like, "Harlan Ellison's an asshole," and I'm like, I respect this man to no end.
Wait, you met him?
Yeah, several times.
Holy fuck!
Oh.
My dad.
I never told you that?
No.
Oh, yeah, I've met Harlan Ellison several times.
Aww.
I always enjoyed meeting him.
I wish I could have met him.
And
then I asked my dad, like, hey, Dad, why did I never get to, I know he was probably at some of the shows we were at. Rachel, I am way too fighty to meet him.
Your dad has a point.
And it's like
your dad has a point.
The convention
because that's two men who aren't gonna back down.
And you know the personality of my father.
I've heard tale.
He's bold and says what's on his mind and is a smart ass.
Yeah, they would have either have gotten along perfectly, but it would have been a tremendous risk.
My dad would be like, you wrote The City on the Edge of Forever. And I've got to say, Roddenberry really cleaned up that script and he would have gotten popped. He got into his first convention he ever went to. He was 14, same convention where he met my mother. Got into an argument with the guy that wrote Trouble with Tribbles.
He's such a nice guy. What happened?
My dad had the balls to ask, you're a writer. Why did you write Kirk to be stupid? Because that's what I decided to write that day.
Yeah, how do you respond to that?
Right. And my dad has never been to one of these conventions, has no idea what to say to this guy, and comes up with that. And then ended up having this back and forth argument. And then, the fuck are you? Captain of the debate team? Yeah, I am actually. He ended up being cool with my dad enough to invite him up to George Takei's birthday party. That was not meant for kids. As the naked woman torso cake that he motorboated would show later, but still.
Wait. George Takei, gay man.
Yes.
One of the
back in the 1970s.
most gay guys.
In the 1970s.
In the 1970s.
And he was still trying to hide it.
Still trying to hide it by motorboating a naked woman cake. Somehow, you have made me like George Takei even more. Because I already loved the man.
My dad's like, and I just see him go to town on this fucking cake. And then someone went, wait, how old are you? And I realized I had to leave the party.
Oh my.
Oh no, there's a child. But I'm like, man, he had to, like, I got super into Harlan Ellison. I'm like, how did we never like run into him? Because I would have fought him. I am way too fighty to meet that man. Oh, okay, Dad. I'm well, now he's dead. I'm fucked.
I saw him several times, and each time he read Prince Mishnik Hold the Relish. Which it is amazing listening to him read that story.
You can find it on YouTube.
You can find it. You can find a copy of him like saying that on YouTube. I need a copy of Dreams with Sharp Teeth.
The movie?
The documentary about Harlan Ellison.
It's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon?
Okay,
because it was not available for a while. The first it was first available on like Netflix way back when they were first streaming shit. It was one of the things they had along with the Big Daddy Roth fucking documentary.
Yeah. It is available. I just watched it the other day.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I need to, but do they have they probably don't have the extra feature stuff.
No, you can find that on YouTube.
Yeah. You
Neil
want
Gaiman
the
and him just eating pizza.
Yes, there's a whole like, and it's like an hour. It's just an hour of him and Neil Gaiman talking at Harlan Ellison's house while eating pizza. And it's riveting. Absolutely riveting, because you get to see how each of these guys is. And that is fascinating. My favorite bit is when they're talking about the octopus pit. They're like, because Neil Gaiman's like, your house is just like a house every little 10-year-old boy wants when they draw what they want the house to be, with the exception of the octopus pit. He's like, oh, I know what you mean. You got to have the octopus pit because you make the mistake of annoying me. Right. The octopus pit. Yeah.
But then there are these fucking, I told
you.
I ended
sat in that couch? Steve McQueen's been in that couch. Martin Luther King's been in that couch. A lot of famous people on that couch. I'm going to put that couch up on eBay. See what I can get for it.
I'm gonna buy a new couch. This. If J. Michael Straczynski ever sees this, I'm fucked. But I'm gonna bring this up because I fucking can. I am a human woman and I have seen a lot of shit in my day. So there are all these TikTok girlies that are like, I ended up on Angry Harlan Ellison TikTok, which is
right.
Why I looked up the documentary, because I'm like, man, it's been fucking forever. Is that around? That is around. Yay. They don't know half the shit that I know just because I dig into things. He was in a porn.
Harlan Ellison?
He has a cameo in a porn film. He doesn't.
Oh, okay. He doesn't do any fucking.
He's handling two women at once making out.
Okay.
It's very clearly him. And the other wonderful thing about this movie, it was shot at his house. In the mid-70s.
Oh, what a great place to fucking.
It's a movie called The Godson. Look it up on IMDb.
Yeah, you got to understand, Harlan Ellison's house, Ellison Wonderland, was
the Aztec Temple of Mars.
Yeah, the Aztec Temple of Mars. He had this the first thing you have to realize is on one side of the house, on the outside, there is a fresca of The Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury. It is a pictographic retelling of The Martian Chronicles. It has a fountain. And the frescoes are done in this Aztec style, but it's The Martian Chronicles.
I'm sorry. A couple people have gone nice in the chat.
Nice.
He has one line and it's like, to think of all the years I wasted playing ping pong. And I'm like, that wasn't in the script. You can't tell me that was in the script. But then it's like, I don't make TikToks. I post like my best ofs on TikTok, but it's like, I could blow all of your fucking minds right now. I won't.
Oh man, but those are the tales we're telling. Like, those are the tales
we don't talk about it, nobody would.
Yeah. So someone years back did this fake trailer for I Have No Mouth. And like, this is old.
Okay.
This is old YouTube. So just be warned. But the funny thing was, he uses clips from like other movies to make this trailer.
Okay.
While Harlan Ellison talks. And it's great. Also, Hybrid plays in the background.
Okay. Fucking down.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro-instant. For you, hate.
Was like that's one of my favorite of the fake trailers. You know,
there are good ones out there.
Yeah, there are good ones out there. I actually really hate the fake Marvel trailers because I'm like, dude, these are for movies that could exist. Yeah. And I really hate it when they do fake trailers for movies that will exist.
See, and my dad falls into that trap where he's like, hey, they just posted the trailer for Beetlejuice. I'm like, I have not heard about that anywhere. Ugh.
And then finally they made it.
Yeah, finally it comes out and I'm like, you keep doing this where you see fake trailers and then you're like, isn't this great? And I'm like, no, it's not. You don't understand. This is clips from other things.
Oh, if Junji Ito adapted I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Oh,
God.
Yeah, raw dog that shit. You know, like, I agree with Mousedon. Just raw dog it. Holy crap. You
Did you
know,
ever play the PC
I
game?
I don't care if it's an STI risk. You just raw dog it.
But have you ever played the PC game? Yes, I have played the PC game of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and I paid the $3 to get it on Steam.
I have not played it, but I know about it. I have watched most of it because I really didn't feel like playing one of those old adventure games again. But
it is.
I really, really wanted to see what they did.
Well, and I made the mistake of going into the game blind and being like, I'm not going to watch any playthroughs. I'm going to try to figure it out myself.
Morrison. And there will be more humans to torture.
There was a comic book adaptation. I actually have the Dream Corridor coming in the mail.
Ooh, I
Recent
have
acquisition.
I have that one.
Between you and me, we've got a very nice library.
Yeah, I love that story because it is so mean.
Yes.
It is so mean. And like I said, what's that story really about? It's about what you would do to God, what Harlan Ellison would do to God if he could get his hands on him.
Seriously. It's so good. And I met people that it's like, I keep telling them, read more of his shit, please.
Yeah. Because all of it's dark. Some of it is just funny.
Repent Harlequin, said the TikTok man.
Repent Harlequin, said the TikTok man. You have used up all your time. I am going to turn you off. Then
get stuffed.
I'd rather die than than have to live with a world with a boogeyman like you.
You.
No, I'm not going to turn you off. You are going to repent. Get stuffed. Yeah,
you can't conform. That used to not be a felony.
You know, that's oh God. Like that. What is Repent Harlequin called the TikTok man? It's about the power of defiance. It is absolutely about the power of defiance. And
I just want to say
it even gets into, but you'll never defeat the big bad guy that way. And it says, oh, not all at once.
No, but if you kick against the pricks long enough.
Kick against the pricks long enough, they will fall. That's the power of defiance. They can't have a society without your consent.
And if things go a wrong way in the coming months, I suggest everybody read it. I'm just saying.
Yes. Oh, yes. One anthology, any of them.
What anthology? Hold on.
Oh, she's got a favorite. Okay.
Let's see. I will leave the French copies on the bed.
There are so many. Just start somewhere.
Saturday.
Yeah, the Saturday.
Yeah, pulled out Rachel's Harlan Ellison.
Spider's Kiss.
So
the Glass Teat.
Glass Teat's great. Glass Teat's the TV, and again, I think it's
like his essays on television. Yeah, the other Glass Teat.
And they're fucking great. This just got released recently. You can get it Barnes and Noble, other bookshops have
bring
it
it
too.
up where they can see the cover properly.
It's the greatest hits. This has Repent Harlequin. It has The Whimper of Whipped Dogs. It has a lot of good shit in it. Also, I Have No Mouth. If you're a fan of that, it's all in here. Good. Perfect. Love it. Also forward by Neil Gaiman, if you're a fan of Neil Gaiman, talking about his dear friend. I have this one, which is Approaching Oblivion, which is more of his like articles and stuff. Saturday, I am a huge fan of Saturday. Saturday is in the Greatest Hits book. Greatest hits is really anything that he won a Hugo or a Sci-Fi or an Edgar Allan Poe award for. Definitely go for that. Again, Dangerous Visions, which is not him, but he collected a bunch of stories from other writers. So there's Vonnegut in here and Bradbury and a bunch of other people. It's amazing. Never wrote the third, never edited the third one, but there you go. Slippage, which is
I remember when Slippage came out. Yeah.
This is I have not cracked this. This is a pristine copy.
It's not even the original. The original was published by White Wolf.
This one's by Open Road. It was the re-release, and it is. We talked about books that were afraid of bending the spine. This one, it's like this should probably be under glass somewhere.
One of the things that was like so amazing about early White Wolf publishing is when they started doing like the collections of guys like Fritz Lieber, Harlan Ellison, Michael Moorcock.
Yep.
You know, guys like that. And those books were they were amazing. They had beautiful covers. They were awesome. The only problem that they really had, was that in order to sustain that, they would have had to have cracked the mainstream, which they didn't. These authors were still too niche, which was.
I sit here with my pile of niche books.
Yeah,
going,
yeah.
You say that too loud.
Yeah, like, well,
they can hear you.
It's like, Ramsey Campbell was one that they did collections of, and it frustrates me to no end because there is this treasure trove. There's this treasure trove of writing and art that nobody even bothers to scratch the surface of. It's all there. Whatever it is you're looking for, it exists already.
It really does.
You know, it's there. It might not be exactly as you would want it, but it exists. And that's what's so fucking frustrating, because when people were like, probably it is nowhere more frustrating when it came to the representation of women.
She says, pulling a train.
Because
he wrote smut too.
Because that representation exists. It always existed, but nobody paid attention. And that was the one of the things that I will never, ever, 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 that really made me mad about Lindsay Ellis is she would go on these feminist tirades, but she did not give two fucks about anything that wasn't in the mainstream. And I'm like, if you want to see these things, they exist. They are there. I can tell you what they are, and you can get started there right now.
Would she ever mention like female authors or anything like that?
Only to spit on them. What? So it's like she would talk about E.L. James. She would talk about fucking what's her face? Not 50 Shades of Grey. Stephanie Meyer. She would talk about them.
But not anyone good, like Octavia Butler.
She would not talk about Octavia Butler. She would never talk about Octavia Butler because that's science fiction. She wouldn't talk about Ursula Le Guin. She didn't talk about Mary Shelley.
Who is the real OG?
Who's the OG?
Goth girl.
Yeah. Yeah. Goth was started by a goth girl. The horror genre was started by a goth chick.
Who kept her husband's heart in a desk and had sex on her mother's grave.
Yes. And it was that feeling, and it was the same thing with Anita Sarkeesian. Which I'm like, if you want to discuss women in video games, then you have to have appreciation for the few times that actually was done right.
No,
It's
I don't want to talk
all
about
you
that.
have to do. It's all you have to do to be to be fair. Because if you want to talk about sexism in video games, who boy howdy, that's easy. Throw a rock, be in a video game store, throw a rock at something, you'll hit something amazingly sexist. But
if you're
if you care about the representation, of the representation in the art or among the artists, then you have to do that.
I was about to
Otherwise,
say,
you're just being a cunt.
Well, it just seems counterproductive to me for you to go, that's bullshit, and this person's bad for women, and this, that, and the other. And if you don't talk about the people that are actually making a difference or have actually made strides for women in those subjects, what's the fucking point?
Yeah. She said we should apologize to Stephanie Myers. No, I will acknowledge Stephanie Myers, but I will not apologizing for calling her work trash.
Because it's trash.
It's trash.
And I will give you 5 female novelists that do way better jobs. But
hell, she didn't even talk about Anne Rice, which would have been the easiest goddamn thing in the frickin' world.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I would get angry, because I'm like...
And people were surprised I left Twitter. This is the level of incompetence that we're dealing with.
Yeah, and I'm like, have you experienced any of this stuff? Please tell me that you have, because you keep talking about looking for this and how like women weren't allowed, but and I'm not saying that they weren't allowed, but some of them did it anyway. Some
of them went, fuck that shit.
Yeah, they went, fuck that, and they did it anyway. Do you know why so many women have pseudonyms that have 2 initials?
Because it's male.
Yeah, because it makes them sound like a guy.
And there were plenty of female authors that actually took up male pen names so they'd get published.
Yeah.
That happened a lot in early sci-fi. That happened a lot in early horror.
Yeah. But like... She did this video for her documentary class when she was like in college, called The New Scarlet Letter. And it was basically about having an abortion, except it wasn't.
Okay.
Because, okay,
boys, move. Sorry, babies. I need to get more centered.
I watched it, and like, I know that I am critiquing a student.
Yeah.
Like, and students don't know shit.
That's why they're at college.
That's why they're in college, to learn. So I can only be so critical. But I bring it up just to demonstrate the pattern of behavior, and I really need to stop talking about these people. They have nothing to do with my life now, so why do I give a shit? And the answer is because they pissed me off. And that's probably not a good enough reason.
Yeah.
You know, but it was like, oh, she did a documentary all about herself having an abortion. Okay, I was like, oh, that's kind of ballsy.
Yeah.
Let's watch this. Except she doesn't actually talk about the effect that it had on her. And I'm like, why didn't you? It was about you. It was about you. It was about the abortion that you had.
So talk about the effect it had on you.
Talk about it. That's the whole point of doing this.
It's not a societal issue. I don't...
Yeah. If you wanted to do one about the societal issue,
You would have done that.
You could have done that. Yeah, but you talked about you, but then you stopped short of actually sharing anything. And then you went to like man on the street interviews. What the fuck is this? You chose a hot button issue and then like flounced away from it. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like that's in my mind, I'm like, no, that's automatic F.
That would be like me making a documentary about the decision to like have Tommy and then not talk about what it was like to actually have my son.
Yes.
And
yes.
The different factors in it and like all the ways that cake was baked, baby.
Yeah. Like I was all ready to be like, no. If someone's going to talk about this, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. You know, I'm just going to sit back and watch. But all I came away from it is that, well, people are split on abortion. And I'm like, well, no shit.
And when you don't say anything about how you were personally affected, you're not going to change people's minds.
Yes. You're not going to change people's minds because, like, the heart changes first. The heart changes before the mind does. Every time. Every time.
Seriously. Evolve or repeat. That's your option.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And if it was just, she could have even have done, like, I'm just doing a documentary on people's opinions about abortion. That would have also have been valid. I would have also have wanted to see that.
But you didn't do that.
You know, like, and I know that I'm really intense when it comes to art. I'm really intense about it because when I talk about art, I'm not talking about paintings. I am not talking about moving pictures. I am not talking about music. I am talking about God. Art is the closest art is my God. It is my connection with all of humanity, all of the planet, and the stars beyond. It is the conduit through which I understand all of those things. And not all art is good.
No.
Some of it sucks. You know, but it's still,
but you still
God
had
to
the
me.
Balls.
Yeah. Yeah, but you still got to have the balls to march up to the gates of heaven, knock, and say hello.
Right.
You know, it's why it's one of the things that frustrates me about the whole, like, Jesus will forgive, you know, you'll be forgiven. He's not talking about nasty things that you do to other people. He is talking about bothering to question God. That's what you will be forgiven for. Because, of course, you would forgive a child for asking you the same question over and over again, wouldn't you? You might get a little annoyed, but, like, you would still forgive them.
I feel like my kid burst in here fucking 5 times.
Yeah.
I'm a little annoyed. I don't hate him.
Yeah.
He knows in the morning I'm going to pat his butt and make him eggs because that's what I do.
Yeah. Like,
what a shitty God we would have. What a shitty God we would have.
Yeah.
If we weren't allowed to fucking go, yo, some of this shit seems kind of bullshitty.
Making art is being like a creator deity a little bit. But more important to me, it is someone trying to make a conduit, a bridge between themselves and the rest of humanity. And not just that bridge, not just the rest of humanity, but the chasm that it crosses, the sky above, the sea below, all of that
Right.
connection, that is God. God is not love. Love is God. Art is not, God is not art. Art is God to me, because to me, art is love. You all have something like this. Everyone has something like this because you have all been children. You have all been children, and you have that thing that you are like, no, this is it. This is it. This is the this is the purity. This is the Cristo. This is the gnosis, the truth, the everything.
That's
Everyone has it.
in movies.
Yeah. Everyone has it. And everyone sees it when you're young. And as we grow old and educated, we tend to forget, because that's not the world. Those aren't the worlds in which that exists. The part of us that is supposed to be involved in keeping the human race spinning, moving, going, is not the same as the part which loves.
Yeah.
It's not the same. And we forget that love is a gift.
It just depends on where you spread it.
Yeah, it's a gift. And will it always be received well? No. Fucking of course not. But it's still there. So every time I got mad at another creator, at another video creator, it was because
you
felt
could do better.
You have betrayed yourself. Don't do that. That's the rest of the world's job. Let the rest of the world do that. Don't betray yourself. It won't get you anywhere. It maybe, if you're lucky, it'll buy material comfort, but that ain't guaranteed now, is it?
Nothing ever is.
Nothing ever is.
And
the idea that you can trade that for material comfort is a lie. That's, to use the Christian and to go a little Christian right now, that's why the person who offers you that is the devil.
I'm so glad I'm corrupted. See, my dad, in the giant starship that is the Catholic Church, he was taught by the Jesuits, who are
that's a very different breed.
They're, as my dad explained to me when I was a little kid, they're the Spock of priests.
Yes, they are in many ways.
I'm not saying evolution didn't happen. You have to say that evolution was helped out by God. And that's how we handle this at this school. Smiley face.
Yeah.
They're not saying evolution didn't happen. They just would rather go, someone had to put the DNA there. I'm just saying. And that's how they handle it. And that's beautiful. But the first thing they do, and my dad told me this, right? And keep in mind, because he was raised this way, he raised us this way.
Yeah, all right, that's right. That's why Jesus said, unless you become like these little children. Yes.
Become like children. We were taught very early on, you are a human and you have opinions and they are valid. You have questions. Ask them.
Mm-hmm.
The people in authority aren't always right. Bring it up every once in a while. And I did. I was kind of a fucking asshole about it, actually. No, this assignment's stupid. Well, what would you rather do? I would rather not read A Count of Monte Cristo. That'd be great, because I've read it okay, here, read a bunch of banned books and write a book report every week about the book you read. All right, motherfucker, you're getting a report about Clockwork Orange and American Psycho.
Excellent. I actually really like the Count of Monte Cristo.
I do too, but when you've read it.
Yeah, when you've read it, you're like, I don't need to read it again. I don't necessarily want to read it again to do the book report. Could I do something else? You know,
my aunt was a librarian, but since I was fucking 4, I've had a library
The Countess's
card.
mother was a teacher. You know.
Yeah, my mom was a nurse whose best friend was a librarian. That, you know, we would hang out in my aunt's library, and I would like sit in the back while she was like checking in the books. And I would like be reading them as, you know. And she's like, maybe you don't need to read that. What's a sepulcher? It's like a tomb. I like this Poe guy. Your daughter wants to start reading Poe. You might want to talk to her about it. She's 7. I know. But that's the world I was raised in. And then my dad had all his movie friends. And it's like the coolest, weirdest thing to go, you made that? And then it turns in your brain that it's like, oh.
Not everyone does this.
Not everybody does this, but how special this person is for having done it.
Yeah.
Hanging out in Tom Savini's Creature Workshop as a little kid is like meeting Willy Wonka.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I can imagine.
And this guy makes me mac and cheese.
And then we had macaroni and cheese. We had Kraft dinner. And let me tell you, it was the best macaroni and cheese from a box I had ever had.
Now, I was a little upset. He did add a little bit of sprinkled cheese on the top that I was not used to, but, you know you also learn to...
You learn to adjust, you know.
Pretty early on. Yeah. And then, but being taught to question the way everything works and having your own set of moral values was instilled in us very early on. Put that in the kids. And then my parents would get calls like, hey, I just wanted to let you know your daughter's doing the dishes at our house. And no other kid that my child has brought over for a sleepover has asked if we needed help with the dishes. Your daughter just came up and did it. So good on her.
Good on her. Yeah.
And it's like, I had kids that, being in Oklahoma, we had a kid dragged out of a party because he told us that we were going to hell for having a Halloween party.
Why bother? All the devils are here.
He wasn't invited in the first place. He wasn't wearing a costume. He came with a group of kids. Sat down on my couch, was eating Doritos, and said, yeah, nice party. Too bad you're all going to hell. And my dad said, you might want to get your hand out of the satanic chip bowl, son. And dragged him. This is the man that didn't want to meet Harlan Ellison. And I gotta say, it's shit like this. I'm like, yeah, no, shit probably would have popped off.
He knew what the chance that was going to be.
The way he pulled this kid by the collar of his shirt over the back of the couch and then dragged him to the end of our driveway was like,
whose is this?
I got a ride here. You can walk home. I think that's good, son. You can walk home. Hey, maybe Jesus will find you a ride.
Yeah.
Does anybody else?
There are a few things that you do not do when you enter someone's home. Criticize their kitchen and criticize their God. Period.
And
if they make you, that changes. But the only people who will make you are Christians. Everybody else will be like, we don't need to talk about that.
But I had 2 parents that, my dad was raised Catholic, my mom was Baptist. And when it came to
Oh,
us,
so you also had that cross section.
yes.
I went to a Baptist school and then a Catholic school, so I got that in a different way.
But my parents basically, when they had us, was like, we're not making you go to church every Sunday.
No, fuck that.
If you suddenly decide that you're a Buddhist, good for you. Hey, we are openly asking you to question and look into this shit.
Oh my God. I gotta tell you a story about my dad.
Okay.
So while I was going to Catholic school, one of the priests was mad because during his sermon, a guy stood up and said, "Get the facts," and walked out. Now, in my little kid brain, my seventh grader brain, I was like, that sounds like my dad.
Mm-hmm.
So I went home and I was like, all right, so I'm not going to just ask him.
I'll wait for him to bring it up.
I'll find an opportunity. I was like, Dad, have you ever gone to mass at, the name of the place, which I don't want to repeat? And he goes, I have. What did the priest talk about? He really needed to get the facts. And I'm like, yes. My dad cussed out a fucking priest. Yeah.
But the way my parents were like, no, you want to learn about Judaism? Go ahead. What's Rachel on right now? I don't know. I think she's halfway through learning about the Muslim religions, but but it was like, for me, it was like, no, I want to learn about other cultures. So I want to understand how the rest of the world works. I like humans. They're my species. I say this after having a spitting rant on a Sunday morning at Josh, talking about how awful it is to be in a supermarket after church lets out. I cursed multiple times, didn't repeat a curse word once.
Oh, man.
An old man was staring so intently at the back of a box of Ritz crackers. I'm like, is the Lord and Savior speaking to you through the back of the Ritz? Move out of my fucking way, dude.
Motherfucker, you better be talking to Jesus right now. I swear to God.
Why is this place so goddamn busy? I just want to pick up 5 goddamn things, and it's taking all fucking day. Woman parked her fucking cart to where it was blocking the end of the aisle. I moved her cart so I could move on by her, because I snaked through the fucking store like a human fucking being. This bitch is on her fucking cell phone. I push her cart. And I hear, ugh. And I went, yeah, ugh.
Yeah,
And I think that was the
Is
one.
that your language? Is that where you from? They speak English and Yeah.
Yeah, some people need to learn how to park their fucking cart. And I kept moving. And I told Josh about it. I'm like, goddamn, every motherfucker with a fucking IQ of 2. They could be ground beef walking around on fucking legs. Jesus fucking Christ, waste of space, oxygen feed, motherfucking assholes. And then the next day, I helped an old lady shop. She needed help getting something off a shelf. She asked me if I could help her get a couple more things. I'm like, make friends with tall people. Yes, ma'am, I can help you. Aren't you the same person that was just spitting nickels because you had to work around somebody's cart? I know, but the duality of human nature.
Matter of fact, she made the mistake of annoying me into the
But here's the thing. Most people are decent. They
they're
act
decent
like
enough.
assholes, but they're decent.
Oh man, Tirlana
God
was like,
damn
it
it, do I
sounds
want to hit
like
them?
Tirlana is sharing a story. She's like, yeah, that kid from the Halloween sounds like the type who offered me condolences when he found out I was born deep in October because Halloween bad, guy. Well, I will tell you something. By the way, that whole rant about art, that is my fire and brimstone.
Yeah.
That's my fire
Preach
and
it, Jack.
brimstone. You know, like I would testify like that if I thought I could get away with it. You know?
But
Like in public on a bus. You know?
That's when we both turn into Brother Theodore about
Yeah.
separate things.
Yeah. Because I have this thing. I have this thing where I'm like, I now understand the concept of testament. You know, testament is when you meet God and come back with something to tell people. And one of the things and there is a testament that you all know. And that is I have a dream speech. That is actually a piece of testament. It's written the same way. He delivered it that way. And it was his promise, not even a promise, but his knowledge that white supremacy would fall completely and utterly in the United States, that all somehow would be made equal. That's what fueled him. He knew. He didn't have faith, he knew it. And it hasn't happened yet, but I can't help but feel like we're watching it happen.
Yes. Isn't it great?
It is.
It's horrifying. It's horrifying sometimes to see the world we live in.
Mm-hmm.
But then I see people doing beautiful things, and it just, you have art. I have humans. I love seeing other humans. For as annoying as the human race actually is, and as much as I want to be the hand of Darwin and just bitch slap some motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah.
You see the good in the world, and you see how people are changing things, how people are thinking differently, how people are acting differently, how when we were talking about unionizing and the importance of unions, the fact is that we had the chance to get educated on a subject. We took that opportunity and we are better people for it.
Yeah.
That is available to everyone.
Yeah, we have learned more about humanity itself. It's
right. I believe
so
in the goodness
important
inside of everybody. And I believe that
I don't necessarily believe in the goodness of people, but I believe in the peopleness of people.
I believe that everyone has the opportunity to do at least one good thing.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That given the chance, people would do the right thing. It's amazing to see how people are thinking and changing and being different.
I think people like to do, at large, like to do the right thing when it is easy. I think that significantly tapers off once it gets difficult.
Right.
But that seems natural, you know.
But, and part of me, like, I have Tommy. If Tommy was in the grocery store when that woman, I saw the old lady that I helped, she was trying to get a bag of chips off a top shelf with a cane. And I went, whoa, put the cane down, sister. Chips. There you go. Because it's like, if my son was here, I would want him to see, no, when you see somebody struggling, you fucking help them. In Oklahoma City, there was an arts fair that happened right outside the Better Business Bureau where I worked. And my friends and me were going to the arts fair to eat and look at art that we couldn't afford. Yeah. I actually did get a painting, and I would love to give it to you. It's Frankencow. It's a Frankenstein cow, but all the different cuts of meat are stitched together. Right?
That's brilliant. Oh man.
But
oh man. Why didn't anybody do that before?
It's fucking amazing. And it's like, I'll have to send you a picture of it. It's amazing. I love this thing. I was like, if I give this to anybody, it would be to Jack. Happy birthday to him. But our big idea was me and a bunch of my friends from when I was in a band, we would go to the arts festival, stop at the office first, get some drinks, because there ain't no way I'm paying $5 for a can of Coke. It's fucking arts fair. Use the bathroom real quick, go to the arts fair across the street. And there's a gas station up the way, and we're like, yeah, stop at the gas station real quick, load up on snacks, so you don't pay $9 for ice cream at the arts fair, and then we hit the bureau, and we'll be good. I see a woman with a child. Now, keep in mind, there was a halfway house, a woman's shelter, and a homeless shelter all around the area of the bureau. There's a woman with a child. The child is crying. The woman is freaking out.
Ooh.
Nondescript freaking out, but you could tell panic on her face.
Oh God, what do I do?
Right.
Kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm like, something's up. And my friends are like, oh, dude, don't fuck with her. Don't fuck with her. And I'm like, no, fuck all y'all. Hey, ma'am, what's going on tonight? I see you're a little bit stressed. Hey, sweetheart, what's going on? You know, to her kid. Your car? Do you need a cell phone? What's going on? No, they didn't have enough room at the women's shelter. I just left my husband. They aren't letting me use the phone in there unless I buy something. And I just want my mom to come pick me up so I have a place to stay for the night. Look, I am going to give you $50. You go in there, you buy some candy for your kid or whatever they're going to make you pay to use the phone, and then go to the arts fair, get this kid some ice cream, get this kid a drink. Yeah, whatever. I go back to my friends and they're like, you know, she's probably going to use that for fucking drugs.
I give a shit.
And I'm like, well, that's her.
That's
her
business.
Up to her.
You know?
That's her business. Well, you just handed $50 to somebody. You're never going to...
Don't take my charity away from me.
Right.
I just gave it away, motherfucker.
I pulled $200 to spend tonight. I guess I just spent fucking 50 of it. Right? Yeah. And I let you freeloading assholes take stock in, you know.
Yeah. You're just saying that because you couldn't convince yourself to do it.
Right.
Don't make this about me.
So we go off to the bureau to use the bathroom, grab drinks. Right? Must have taken us at least half an hour from the gas station, fucking around in the bureau to get to the arts fair. That woman was buying her kid food. And hopefully she got home. But it's like, no, that is what I just did. I helped her make her kid have a good night, despite everything else that's fucking going on. Because I would want someone to do that for me.
Yeah, yeah.
The Christian thing of do unto others. But even I had to take my friend to a courthouse. We stopped at McDonald's for lunch. There was a homeless dude outside the fucking McDonald's in downtown Cleveland. Surprise, a homeless dude outside of fucking McDonald's.
You don't say. Say it ain't so.
Hey, dude, what up? Don't stop the car. Don't talk to him. Bitch, what the fuck? Are you looking for money today? I'd really appreciate a cigarette. And if you know, well, buddy, I'll give you a cigarette. Fuck, I'll give you my pack if you want. But do you want anything from the McDonald's? I'd like a cheeseburger and a Coke. Don't worry. When I come through the drive-thru lane, I'm going to pass by here again. I'm going to hand you your shit. Well, why did you do that? Because he's got a rougher time than me, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you were, you know, fucked up and sitting outside a fucking, Walmart and you needed shoes, wouldn't you hope that someone would come out with a pair of slides for you?
Yeah, exactly. Like, no, those are good things. Why are you saying it like it's a bad thing?
And they're easy things, which is stupid to me. Anyone could do this shit. You just don't.
Yeah. If I don't want to give, because I think of it this way. You know what I say when I'm out of money to give people? Sorry, I'm tapped out.
I would if I could.
And I leave it at that because because if you give me shit after that, well, then they're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And I automatically don't have to, and then I don't have to care.
Right.
But come on, if someone's in distress.
Yeah.
It's like,
even when they're not. You messed up the WoW thing.
Yeah.
I'm a little up on money right now. I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. I'll be out.
Thank you again, by the way. Thank you again, by the way.
You guys have done a lot for me. I really appreciate it.
Okay. There's a line that I heard, and I don't know where it comes from. I think it was Joseph Campbell, because this sounds like something he would say. And here's the context of it. Every time I think of this is the context.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the good that I do to people.
No.
I don't see it. And one way of putting it is that, no, you don't notice. Someone once said, no, you don't notice what comes natural.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, huh? And I'm like, no, you don't see what comes natural. And I'm like, well, I guess you're right, because I don't know that I'm a good person. And he's like, no, and you never will.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that seems terrible. Like, no, that's actually a wonderful thing. And here's where the Joseph
I recognize
Campbell
the
line,
good deeds I do, but I don't usually think of myself as a good
no,
person.
No, I don't think of myself as a good person. I don't necessarily think that's particularly special, because for me it is easy. That's like congratulating me for like brushing my teeth. Or actually, given my oral hygiene, that might actually be a big deal. But like, that's like congratulating me for taking a shower. But the line is this. The good man does good in the world simply by existing. And I always remind myself of that every time someone says I've done something good for them, because I never remember it and I never see it. Ever. It's invisible to me. And I'm a little worried about seeing it.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if that's the person I am naturally, would it do any good if I acknowledged it?
Don't become Jack the Great and powerful.
Yeah. I don't want to become. If I'm going to become Oz the Great and powerful, I want to do it way on purpose. Like, I want it to be done with eyes open, so that at the end of all things, like, I take that mask off and go like,
Well, and for me, it's like, I had that moment a long time ago where I'm like, I'm not writing the next great American novel. I'm not doing, I hang out with a band. I carry their shit. That's what I do. It's more fun to help out for me.
Well,
and that's why I admire people like Joe Spinell, where it's like, I met you. If you need any help with literally anything, hey, you're a sound guy. I will try to get you on the sound crew for my next movie. I promise. That's the person I want to be. I want to help out as many people as I can. And
just
be
happens
like,
to be the guy that played the Maniac and Maniac.
It's weird that he's the inspiration for some of,
to me, it makes total sense.
It's like, no.
It makes total sense that a man who has expressed that level of darkness,
the biggest teddy bear.
And would have, like, because at that point it's like, well, I've done it. I've displayed the worst behavior that is within me.
And by the way,
everything was okay.
If Joe had his way, it would have been a lot worse. As Tom Savini said, no, Joe, you can't bite that off a woman. We'll get banned.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that choking scene was going to be a lot more mouthy.
Ha! But my favorite example of the good man makes the world a better place simply by existing in it is the movie Terminal. I actually really love Terminal. It's probably my favorite Steven Spielberg movie. Like even above Duel and Jaws, which let me tell you, like those movies are high on my list, but it is the most classic Spielberg movie that I just unabashedly love. Because it's all about that. It's like it's about a guy who's lost in a terminal, and it's like, yes,
but how he affects the
but
lives
it is
of
about
everybody.
it's about how he affects everybody. Just because he is on this insane quest to go to this club to see this one jazz player that he and his dad never had a chance to. And everything he does. Like my favorite moment where I was like, this is the moment I cried, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was the moment where he's like, okay, I'm going to let myself get arrested so they don't deport this guy. They don't deport the janitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's got me. I can't let that happen. And, the guy who he's doing this for, who has no idea he's done it, he has no idea whatsoever, is like, hey, what are they doing to that guy? To him. And they're like, oh, they're taking him to jail. And he's like, well, why? Well, if they didn't, they said that, if he didn't, they were going to deport you. And he goes like, no! No! Like, just, no! He just grabs his broom and he just runs out like he's gonna spear this fucking airplane, like he's Don Quixote. And he's just like, like also that they'll deport him rather than arrest that guy. And I was just sitting there and I'm like, oh God. This is amazing. This is one of the greatest movie moments ever.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
I'm not crying. I'm not crying. You're stupid. Shut up. But like, oh my God. I love that moment because like, that's a moment where you're like, no, that's a movie about getting it. That's a moment of getting it where you are repaid for a good deed that you did not expect to be repaid for. And you've made the world a better place because no, he's going to go home and face because he's killed somebody.
Yeah.
That's why he has to keep his head down. He doesn't want to be dragged back to his country and forced to face justice and deal with that, which you can't really blame him. But he's like, at the same time, he's like, no, I am not going to be the reason this man fails in his quest. That's why he's all Don Quixote-like, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what Don Quixote's all about. A lot of people complain about the Don Quixote story, about how the author changes it in the second telling of the tale. But I'm always like, no, that's the point of the story. The point of the story is that the prisoners that the guy is telling the tale of Don Quixote to will not accept this man failing in his quest and dying brokenhearted. They will not accept it.
I'm going to probably misquote it. There's a line in Don Quixote that I choose to live my life by.
Yeah.
Who's the saner man? The one that sees the world as it is or as it should be.
Yeah.
That's how I live my fucking life.
Yeah.
I see the world as I want it to be.
Yeah. And not only does he rewrite the story for Don Quixote, they make him write it so that Sancho Panza becomes the man he wishes he was. That Dulcinea sees herself as the princess that Don Quixote sees her as. You know? Because don't they deserve it?
They do.
Don't they deserve it after everything?
And it's just,
you know, and it's that,
that's a beautiful way to be.
Yeah. And the fact that these like criminals, like they're like real criminals, are like, no. The fact that they are being the defenders of the indomitable human spirit is the point of Don Quixote. It's the point of the whole story. You know, it's like that moment where like 4chan got together and caught a person who was like torturing cats. It's like, oh, fuck no, we're not letting that shit slide.
Or, I'm sorry, the entire internet community that within, I think, an hour of the Boston Marathon bombing, had the suspects down.
Yeah.
I'm like, that is a community working together.
Yeah, that's humanity.
That is the beautiful part of people.
Yeah. And that is also why I worship the devil. Because I choose to believe that the devil agreed to be the bad guy. He agreed to be the bad guy in order.
Everybody needs a villain.
Everybody needs a villain. And he agrees to be the bad guy in order to demonstrate and to get humanity to understand and demonstrate its good, all of its glory and all of its beauty and all of its flaws. And realize that it's not perfection.
Well,
it's not about perfection. It's about your connection with humanity and yourself. That's the glory. That's the Holy Spirit. That's the glory. That's the glory of God.
Well, and
how do you see that unless someone challenges you to do so?
And I got to be honest, breaking my arm has been amazing for my mental health, for, you know, spending more time with my dad and my son and being there with everybody. This happened over the summer, which made it even better. But my brother had a moment where he was just fucking stressing about something. And he's like, why are you not stressed out? Little Miss fucking generalized anxiety. Why the fuck is this not bugging you? Because the universe just keeps... I was for a very long time like, Jesus fucking Christ, am I cursed? Why is everything fucking happening to me? And then I had the sudden realization that the universe is boogieing on without me. We are just a fucking pixel on a fucking giant ass screen. I don't fucking matter. The people next door don't matter. Nothing. The reality is what we can do and how we experience our lives. That's what I hit in this like weird like oneness of the universe. And it's like, it's kind of hard to stress about a bill coming out when you realize it gets solved.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're going to be short $100 for a day before you get paid. I'm not stressed about it. You shouldn't stress either. You're getting paid tomorrow. So the cell phone bill came out today. There's more money tomorrow. Chill the fuck out. It's kind of hard to go, yeah, this old lady is going to take up about 20 extra minutes of a shopping trip that would take you 15. Yeah, but the universe is boogieing on without us. I might as well make her day. Why not touch the people around you? Why not make the world a little bit better?
Oh, RLM, I have to ask, did you finish it? Did you finish Don Quixote? And Flashman, you're right. Pro wrestling always needs a heel.
Yeah.
Even spiritually.
I just wish, someone would have had a werewolf gimmick.
But what you want is the heel. You want the devil to be mankind.
See,
right? You want him to be Mick Foley.
Damn it. You just reminded me of, it's a Tiny Desk concert thing of the lead singer of the Mountain Goats singing Stabbed to Death Outside of San Juan. Oh. Okay. He wrote a whole album about wrestling, which is amazing in the first place. But the way he introduces it is, this is a song called Stabbed to Death Outside of San Juan about how Ed the Bruiser Brody was stabbed to death outside of San Juan. And just the way he says it, it's just like fucking hilarious to me. And we're talking about wrestling heels, and I'm like, in my head, I'm just hearing, this is how Ed the Bruiser Brody got stabbed to death outside of San Juan, and cutting into the song. Good band, the Mountain Goats.
Yes.
I went into my son's room to put him back to bed. He has not come back. I am probably, speak of the devil, he will appear. But as I'm leaving his room, I see Alex sitting behind the door.
A murderer, little Alex.
And it reminded me.
I've just come from hospital. Your victim has just died.
He's like, yeah, I stole that from your room. And I'm like, you really shouldn't be playing with Alex Dellarge. But I mentioned before about the people that get autographs signed en masse. I kept coming up to Malcolm McDowell's table, and I would get approval from my dad, like, hey, if I wanted to get another Malcolm McDowell DVD that he's selling at his booth, can I do it? And my dad's like flipping me $20 to go get more movies. Because it's stuff like, oh, Lucky Man and If, and things that are not readily available in Oklahoma and Texas to a young woman. And so, like, several times I'd wait through his line, get another DVD, go back to my dad, get approval, go back through the line, and he had to sign it every time. So he's staring at me by the 5th DVD like, do you really want Evil Uncle? Or is this like... Are you selling it?
Oh my
and
God.
He finally, with that movie, got pissed off enough to ask, have you seen it? Yes, I have. What's the scariest part about it? You. And I walked away. Not the horrific murder of children. No, you. And apparently that answer was satisfactory. And my dad told me a story about the same weekend. My dad dressed up as a priest. My younger brother dressed up as a priest. They were an old priest and a young priest. I had no idea that Malcolm McDowell actually thought my dad was a priest. Like an honest to Jesus priest.
God, my favorite part of that movie is still the very end. I was cured, all right. And that's why Stanley Kubrick is a genius.
But we stand there as a family. I have Malcolm McDowell sign a fucking Palm bottle. Right? Because he was doing the Palm ads at the time. And I'm like, I want you to sign this.
Oh.
Send this picture to the Palm people. You'll get Palm for the rest of your life. And, he talked to us and actually had a legit interest in our family. And father, just very quickly. I remember him pulling my dad off to the side, saying some shit and walking away. And I'm like, hey, Dad, today we were talking about convention experiences and, like, I really, something, I made Kim Darby's day by saying that I knew who the hell she was. And he's like, yeah, and I'm still praying for Ray Bradbury. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about praying for Ray Bradbury? So the same weekend that we met Malcolm McDowell, Ray Bradbury was dying. And Malcolm McDowell asked my dad.
That would have been... I remember that. I was at Dragon Con when that happened.
My dad was pulled off to the side by Malcolm McDowell and Malcolm McDowell asked him, as a priest, to say a prayer for his ailing friend Ray Bradbury. He's not doing well, Father.
Yeah.
Just.
Oh no! I couldn't have been at Dragon Con, but
let him go in peace.
Yeah.
And it was like Malcolm McDowell thought my dad was a priest and had him say a prayer for Ray Bradbury.
Oh.
If that isn't the sweetest goddamn thing.
Oh man.
And then I got sad. And then I told Josh about
beautiful
my love of Ray Bradbury, and then he played me a song called "Fuck Me, Ray Bradbury."
Yes, the Rachel Bloom
and I had
song.
never heard it before, and I'm like, I feel called out, but this is gonna be my anthem for the next couple days. So, thanks.
Oh man, I remember. Yeah, I remember when that happened. Yeah, 2012. I think that was.
Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, I had just. That would be June 5th. No, it would have been one of the Sacramento cons that I was at. That would have been one of the Sacramento cons. Fuck.
Yeah.
Although the funniest story of me hearing about someone dying while I was at a con was Patrick Swayze.
Really?
Yeah. So he dies in the night between like the 2 days of the con. So first day, Swayze's alive. Second day, he's dead. All of a sudden, my friend Abel blows into the convention hall and it's like, guess he became a ghost for real. What, too soon?
My buddy fucking Tanner did that shit. And it was, I punched him in the fucking face. We were at a convention in Tulsa playing as a band at the convention hall, right? And we've got our fucking hotel rooms comped. We're having a nice time as kids in a hotel room with a band. And we're watching The Dark Knight shooting had just happened. And we're watching the news coverage for it.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
And Tanner starts playing Pumped Up Kicks on his guitar and sings, all you other kids in your Dark Knight kicks. That works. That works. And I punched him in the fucking face. And he went, what? Too soon? 3 seconds? Yeah, a little too fucking soon, Tanner.
Oh my God.
I will use his name because he needs to get called out.
Oh my God.
Fuck you, Tanner.
Oh God, I probably would have been. My instinct probably would have been to play Neighborhood Watch by Christian Lunch. I don't know if you know that song. It's got a chorus that goes like, I'm feeling good, walk around my neighborhood, I'm having fun with my machine gun.
Yes. Don't play fucking I don't like Mondays,
Yeah. Oh my God. But it's
But
for me, it's one of those things. Okay. Have you seen the show Millennium?
yes.
Okay. First of all, Jose Chung, veiled Harlan Ellison reference, right?
Right.
Thank you. Well, I still can't believe they got Charles Nelson Riley to play that.
Yes.
But
that's actually how my mom ended up having dinner with him.
Really?
Yes. She saw him at a restaurant, mentioned Jose Chung's, and he said, pull up a seat.
Hell yeah. Well, the thing that Jose Chung says when the guy is threatening him. So for those of you who don't know, there's basically like a Scientology-esque cult, and one of its members is like killing people. And that's the mystery. And in between it all is this author, Jose Chung, who is like a very thinly veiled fucking version of Harlan Ellison. And there's a moment where Jose is like in his hotel room and the killer comes in. And, and he's just like, fine. He's like, you really got to have a sense of humor. And the guy says, my God doesn't have a sense of humor. And he's like, oh, don't I know it? What do you mean? And because it's a Scientology, there's an L. Ron Hubbard stand-in.
Yes.
I forget what his name is, so we'll just say L. Ron Hubbard. But
we know who we're talking about.
Yeah, we know who we're talking about. And Jose Chung goes, I met your God. He worshipped me. Wait, what? It's like, yeah. He came up to me and he gave me his manuscript, and I read it. And when he begged me for a critique later, I said, Gupta. Oh, that's right. His name was Sanjay Gupta. Gupta, you stink. I'd never seen a grown man cry like that. Cry like he was a child. And so I told him, it doesn't matter if I think you stink. You must write what makes you happy. Go write what makes you happy. But I didn't know was what was going to make him happy was to be a deity.
Well,
and isn't that funny? The great thing about my life is that no matter what's happening, I can see the ridiculousness in any profundity, as if God were winking at me. So here you are, killing me because I once told your God he sucked. Isn't that funny?
And it's Charles Nelson Riley saying all this.
Yeah, it's Charles Nelson Riley saying it. And it's really good. It's like one of his best performances.
God, he's great as Jose Chung. Anytime he comes up as Jose Chung.
Yeah.
But that's also, I watch documentaries about Scientology, and I'm like, me and my dad, who have the argument over, are people just really fucking stupid, or are we just that much smarter than everybody? No, you're not special. But I'm like, is this documentary ever going to talk about him being a sci-fi writer? And it never did. Never got into the fact that L. Ron Hubbard.
I saw one that did, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah,
well,
I think it's the Netflix one.
I'm sorry, pulling a train. Help me kill this spider.
So, like, the thing.
There was a spider crawling up my wall. Yeah. Sorry, you're in my house, fucker. Any other time, I would grab a cup. I've left my room too much. Nah. So when I tell you, I just nailed him with the exclamation point in this book.
Oh my God. So as far as like the only Millennium episode I have seen is Somehow the Devil Got Behind Me. That is another one of my favorites.
It's a great show if people would just give it a fucking shot.
Yeah. I think the self-philosophy The Philosophy Killer episode is probably my absolute favorite, but the devil got behind me is like right behind it.
But the thing about it is, it's like, and L. Ron Hubbard wasn't.
Oh, that's right. It was an HBO documentary. Yeah.
He wasn't a bad science fiction writer. He wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't that great, but he wasn't that bad either.
But at some point, he fucking went, was at a party and ended up talking to essentially Marjo Gortner. And
Lester Del Rey.
I write these fucking science fiction stories. There's no money in it, but I do it. You want money? Start a religion. And he rolled with it.
Yep.
Off of that one comment, we have Tom Cruise jumping on a fucking couch.
Yep.
Went home, started beating out Dianetics on his fucking typewriter.
In between beating his wife.
And having sex with another man's wife and stealing his boat.
Yeah.
And his wife.
Yeah.
And beating the fuck out of her, too.
Yeah. There were a lot of countries L. Ron Hubbard wasn't allowed in anymore, and he claimed religious persecution, but it wasn't religious persecution. He was wanted for legitimate felonies.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden, he was not a good guy. He was
Come after me, Scientologist. I fucking dare you.
No, L. Ron Hubbard was not a good guy.
And he was kind of a crap science fiction writer, and even writing Dianetics, like, I've heard that he would have a roll of paper on the wall.
Yeah, he had a roll of butcher's block paper that he would just keep writing rather than have to take out and put another piece of paper because that took valuable seconds. Because you got paid by the word. That's also why his writing is so redundant.
Because you got paid a penny a word.
Yeah.
And if you were a good writer, you got paid 3 pennies a word.
Yep.
So write a 10,000,
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard tried to overthrow the government. Didn't work.
Yeah. Then he learned that celebrities are kind of gullible and will buy into this shit. And that's when the money angle came in.
Yeah, because celebrities are truly not necessarily more intelligent than anybody else. They're just famous people.
Right. But the other thing about celebrities, and I think L. Ron Hubbard tapped into this too, exclusivity.
Yes.
Join my special club.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't deal with those normal people. Deal with us. We're fun. $10,000.
Yep.
Fuck off. And yes, I am comparing him to a prostitute.
Yes.
He is.
Oh yeah. We're all whores. I'm a whore. I like to. Sometimes I don't feel worthy.
We like to think that we're not.
I don't.
But we are.
I like to think of myself as a whore. I can be. Am sometimes I sometimes am a little sad because I feel like I fell short.
Well, no, everybody can be bought. Everybody.
Yeah.
You, me, the guy next door, anybody.
But the thing that I always said, I once again, Harlan Ellison, I'll sell out. I'll sell my soul, but only for the highest rates. The highest rates.
That's in the documentary.
Yeah, highest rates, my friend. Am I less the whore than I? No, just no one's offered to buy their soul.
Seriously.
and I found myself going I thought about that for a lot, and I was just sort of like, no, yes, know your price. Know your price. Because chances are, because what that is how much for your integrity. We all have a money limit on that. So know what it is. Mine was always pretty high.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, and it would be over dumb things too. Where it was like, we want you to promote this movie, $500. And they're like, what? And I'm like, $500. because I haven't actually seen your movie. So if you want me to promote it without having seen it, $500. Well, here's a link. Watch. Sometimes it was, all right, I'll promote your movie. I'll do it for less because I think the movie's very deserving. Or the price would go up. Well, now that I've seen it, it's $1,000. Because
those calls were one-ended.
This calls for a higher rate, because I would literally be selling my integrity by telling people to see this fucking piece of shit. So, how are we gonna do this?
Well,
don't I feel like you owe us now. I was like, I don't owe you shit.
Thank you.
I don't owe you shit. Thanks for playing. Bye.
See,
and that's why I have no sponsors. Except for you beautiful people. Which, honestly, I would rather that was the case, to be totally honest.
We're a lot more fun.
Well,
Jack Black just fucking broke up Tenacious D because he likes to do cartoon voices. Think about that.
Wait, why did he have to break up Tenacious D to do that?
Okay, so it was Kyle Gass's birthday. They brought out a birthday cake. Make a wish, Kyle. Don't miss next time. A day after somebody was shot at. Then the next day, Jack Black announces that he's canceled the rest of the tour and Tenacious D is no longer a thing. And I looked at my dad and went, you realize this man has just broken up a friendship that's been around since long before I was born, a band that was around long before I was born, for one comment and the fact that he wants to keep doing dumb cartoon voices for corporate sponsors. Because that's what it breaks down to. I want to keep being Bowser. I can't piss off the people that make this. I'm in the Minecraft movie. I can't have this hanging over my head and people are pissed. Sorry, Kyle. But it's different for me on my end because it's like, no, I'm not providing anything creatively to the world, but I need to know my worth as a person, as body labor. Before I got my arm broken, I was getting, toe to toe with a fucking large Albanian man that lived in our facility. And he would get violent. And it's like, how much is my mental health worth? How much am I worth when I finally do end up getting hurt? Learned that one pretty quick. Next week, I broke my fucking arm. And you learn a lot about your self-worth. And then it's like trying to figure out, well, how am I going to take this break and make it meaningful to me? Because I could sit on my ass and take painkillers and be miserable and cry. Instead, I've got an appointment with a therapist tomorrow. I did the mental health check-in. I took care of my son. I've taken him somewhere almost every day this summer and spent a lot of time with him. I've been taking care of my dad. I take care of him anyway, but there's been more, you're in pain, go lay down, asshole. The fuck are you doing chasing my kid around? Go.
Man, sorry, I was thinking about like what it would take for me to betray a friend.
It would take a lot.
That I don't think that, I know there's not enough money on this earth.
It would take,
I don't even think you could offer me my heart's desire to get me to do that.
One of my best friends ended up getting arrested for something pretty fucking serious. And his wife is like, do you have any information on this? I said, no. But I can tell you, you are not going to contact me again. I want nothing to do with any of you. Well, that was your best friend. That stopped the day I heard the charges.
Well, at that point, you didn't betray him. He betrayed you.
Right. And it's like, it cost him fucking nothing to be a fucking scumbag and do what he did.
Yeah.
It cost me nothing to fucking forget about his ass.
What? I
Have a nice life.
I almost want to ask what the charges were.
It involved stuff he shouldn't have been looking at on the internet.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
1 minute.
That's...
Yeah. And then you're like, I have to deal with the fact that I've got to question every fucking conversation I have. I've had him in my house. Now I have to explain to the person that I'm living with why he isn't coming around anymore and what's going on, because this made the news. Yeah, the FBI raids your house. You get some news coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have to explain to anybody I've introduced this idiot to in the last 3 months. The fuck? Because they're going to ask questions and I'm going to have to give fucking answers. So fuck you.
Ooh. Yeah, no, you made the right call.
But it's like, how much would it take to betray a friend? I'll tell you, I've had betrayals happen. I can't imagine what you could possibly offer me.
Yeah.
Other than a guaranteed ticket to sometime in the past and the possibility of getting with Oliver Reed. That's about it. And that's never happening. And I mean guaranteed over the pants action. Okay? That's what it would take for me to go, you know something, actually fuck that guy.
Oh man, jeez. Like, ugh. Yeah. I've stopped talking to people for far less than that. But probably over a similar subject. Like, there have been people where I was like, I'm not saying you're like this, but you're way too comfortable and way too cavalier about looking into this subject. I am not talking to you anymore.
There was a friend of my dad's. We call him my wicked Uncle Al.
Hey, Kurt Denter.
And they've been friends for fucking years. This guy and my dad. And he thought it was weird that thought it was weird that Al knew the age of consent in every state.
Yeah, that is weird.
But didn't question it because the guy was kind of fucking weird. My dad was writing scripts. I actually have one that's sitting out because I was laughing at my dad because it's like, I found another one of your scripts, Pop. What's this one about? Is that one the one that takes place at the military base? Oh, it's a fucking science thing. You won't like it. It's fucking terrible. But if they invited Al to help them write anything, he would put a younger woman in it. Usually Jennifer Connelly. A Jennifer Connelly-like girl.
How old would
Phenomenon.
Okay, that's massively uncomfortable.
Right. And my dad always went, yeah, he's just fucking weird. Like, let's not have him.
But maybe he's just obsessed with Jennifer Connelly.
That's exactly where my dad went, where it's like, maybe, you know, the things weren't adding up. And then he had me. And Al came over to congratulate him on the new baby. And yeah, Al, I wanted to talk to you about this. You're never allowed over again. What? Nope. Our friendship ended the second that kid was born. I am so sorry to tell you about this right now. Thank you for the gifts. You can leave now. Sorry. And I'm like, you ever think about hooking up with some of your old friends? He's like, definitely not that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that risk either. You know, that would be a nope. honey bunches of nopes. You know.
Well, and my mom said you did the right thing, and he's like, "Shut up, bitch! I know it." Like,
yeah. Oh my God.
I know I did the right thing. I just fucking did it. Shush.
You'd be amazed at how many people don't. My mother's side of the family was filled with them. It's why I don't talk to them anymore, and why I don't even really like mentioning them, and why I haven't spoken to any of them. One of them found me on Facebook, and I didn't even read the message. I was just like, "Hey, this is your blank blank." Oh yeah, block.
No, fuck that person.
Fuck you. No, I don't care. I don't care what you're saying. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what you need. That was over. There's nothing you can say now because that conversation was over 20 years ago.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, our relationship ended 20 years ago.
I mean, I've, you know, I talk about how I can count all my friends on, you know, my one hand, you know, my good friends. And it's like, well,
I think my cat just sneezed.
Nothing makes the day better than cat sneezes.
Oh, all right. You wait, kitty. It's probably going to be time to go soon because it's like we've been going on for like it's got to be 4.5 hours.
Something like that.
Oh, it's almost 5. It's been almost 5 hours. Oh,
the
man.
record's 6.
Yep. My personal record is 18. That was a long ass time ago. That was a very early one.
There was a stream
I was playing Fallout.
when I was up all night with Tommy, and he was still a baby. But one by one, the guests on the show had fallen asleep, and you were the last man standing. And I took a picture of everybody dozing. I still have it. And I'm like,
man.
yeah, I know I'm probably never going to meet any of these people, but just real quick. And there's a yawn from Jack. Take another picture. Bingo.
You know, oh man. Oh,
I know
I had
stream started.
I had slightly fewer wrinkles and more teeth, you know.
This thing started at 9. It is now 6 in the morning.
6
Good job,
in the morning.
guys.
Oh man. All right. Let's call it. We're oh, it's no longer the wee hours. No longer the wee hours. All right. I want to thank everyone that came down here. I want to give special thanks to everyone who donated. Thank you so much. Quinn, Chrome Bison, that blonde artist, Flashman, and of course, you, Rachel. Thank you so much for helping out.
I'm much nicer than an evil corporate sponsor.
Yes. So I will see tomorrow. I will be back on Twitch, and on Friday we will be back here, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every weekday. And once again, Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno, and remember, Satan and I love y'all very much. Until next time, good night.
And sorry about the guaranteed penis growth.
Yeah, look in your underwear when you wake up. You might have gotten a visit from the penis fairy.